So beautiful. Look at that.
The lady's boots fit.
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.
Wow. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. If there's no coincidence, I've come.
Isaiah 34:14. And the wild beasts of the desert shall meet with the wolves, and the wild goat shall cry to his fellow. Yea, the night monster shall settle there, and shall find her a place of rest. And we'll pray. Father, we thank you for the things that you revealed to us. We thank you for giving us a platform so that we can teach others the things that we know. We pray that you continue to give people the eyes to see and the ears to hear. We thank you for exposing our enemies. We thank you for your protection and your provision that just never ends, Lord. We love you so much. That's mostly it, Lord. We just love you. In Jesus' name, in the name of Yeshua, amen. Good evening. I am Lead Tracker E, and this is Jerry Williams, also known as Lead Horse Choctaw. And we have 4 Facebook groups that we invite you to join. Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers in Surrounding Areas. The Choctaw Missing and Murdered Woman and Son Center and Database. The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path page, and also the Lead Tracker E page. We also have the Lead Tracker E channel here on YouTube, and we would appreciate you subscribing and setting your alerts for that channel too. We have our book, The Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warriors Path. That was our first book out that Jerry and I wrote. And also the Spanish version of it, Pai Grande El Depredador y El Sendero del Guerrero Espiritual. And we had these printed in Spanish so that we can reach more people with news that will keep them safe, with knowledge that will keep them safe.
And we're going to be talking about some of this tonight. So the wrong information, wrong knowledge out. Well, wrong information. I don't want to call it knowledge. What we're going to be, what this other person is talking about. So we also have our Bigfoot documentary. You can only get this through us. It should be in the description below, but I don't know if I put it in there or not. We are going to gift 2 people, one of our trackers. That's been kind of helping us in the background, and also to a viewer named Karen. She's been helping us also. She just helped us out a little bit, and we're very grateful. So we want to send you a documentary, an autographed book, and a Bigfoot Gifters book also, so that you have the set. And we are very appreciative of the help and the assistance that you've given us. It's taken not a burden, but it kind of lift up where it kind of frees us up to do more of what we need to do instead of having trying to go and do some other things. This kind of frees us up now so we can just concentrate on what we need to do. And we're actually almost through with the children's book. We've been working on, or Lead Tracker E has been working on it more than I have. I'm just helping with the technical.
No, it's everything we do is together.
And but that is going to be completed very soon. But the first book is going to go to Warrior Tracker J and Mama Bear. They're going to get the first copy, and then we're going to release it, but to the public and to everyone out there. And you're going to want to get that children's book also. It's something that it's going to be very important. It's something that we normally don't talk to children about, and it's kind of it's a sometimes difficult way to talk with children. But this book explains it with the visual, in a child kind of format, easy to understand. And you can also get these and gift them out to even the homeless people that may be out there at night times. You can just hand them one of these children's books and look through it. Easy to explain, and they'll know what to look for and where to look for certain things. And it will keep them safer also, because we want to help a lot of people. And so we've been writing books, going to people's homes and helping them physically, interviews on the phone, helping people, writing the books, making the documentary, writing the children's book. We're doing as much as we can to help
Everything we can think of.
Writing them in Spanish. We're trying to get the information out to everyone to help everybody. And then we run across other people on these other channels doing exactly the opposite.
Trying to keep knowledge from going out.
Or trying to keep knowledge from going out.
Yeah.
Or not wanting to listen to the knowledge that some people give to them freely. So they're doing a lot of damage out there. That's getting a lot of people hurt.
Also, even ignorant people that take on false identities and sneak into channels.
Yeah,
just to
get inside and get
gain trust, to infiltrate, and
we got word over
to do what? Just to do damage, just to try to do damage, and they'll have to answer for that. But we don't have to do a thing. They'll have to answer to that.
And it was brought to our attention today of another person. So when that name shows up, that will be taken out. And we want to thank our moderators for doing the homework and finding out who these people are, and then letting us know, informing us, and then
we never have to look. God shows everything we need to know.
God has we're helpers of God, and God has helpers for us, and we're helpers of other people. It's all an exchange of.
And the shame is that the people that are going against the knowledge, it's for their loved ones too.
Yeah.
So go somewhere and be uninformed and
wrong knowledge and
put your own family in danger. That's on you. That's not on us.
And y'all don't have to be that way.
That's the enemy using you.
Yeah.
But you have to allow it.
So also our with our documentary that we're going to be sending out to one of our trackers and to Karen for your help that you've been given behind the scenes. We also have a special going on, one documentary and one autographed book. It could be an English version or a Spanish version, and that's for $55. I'm really getting to the point if we should slip one of these in there too. With that.
Sure.
So, since we just had our official meeting.
That's how that goes.
What we're going to do now is with this special that we're having, and we're going to make a new one because it's, do it again. It's not called to order. It's adjourned. Meeting adjourned. So with this $55 value, you get, and the documentary is $55 by itself. The book is $25. But now what we're going to do is we're also going to include one Bigfoot Gifter's book in the deal, the special that we're having. So you could get the Spanish version with your the documentary's in English for right now. If we can get that translated into Spanish, uh, Tanya or CT, if we can get that translated into Spanish, we will also have the
They're
whole
gonna
set
they're
like
gonna
that.
quit answering the phone,
Yeah,
quit
I
answering the
know.
messages.
They're gonna quit inviting us over. So now with this special, we have just had our meeting and meeting adjourned that we are going to include the new Bigfoot Gifters book in with the package. So you'll be getting a DVD.
And the DVD is much more beautifully wrapped than that.
Yeah, yeah. And we make our own. It can't be copied. That's the way it's set. But it's so you'll get a DVD, you'll get a autographed book, and an autographed Bigfoot Gifters book. We'll give the whole trilogy set with that $55 deal. It's yeah. So other words, I would say
Jump on it.
so. The book is 25. The smaller one is 20, and the DVD is 55. So what's that? 55 and 75, 85, 95, $100 of what they would be individually.
And then mailed, yeah, less than
Oh yeah, and then we got to mail it
Yep.
with a $5 shipping and handling. So
which is really 8, but we just say 5.
so you're getting 2 extra books, or you're getting it for free, or you're getting a DVD for free. So
Or 8 if we're counting the envelope.
oh,
In case anyone wants to fact check me.
yeah, yeah. So oh yeah, with the envelope it costs more. So with that deal, you're getting it's a great deal, and I'm glad we just had our meeting to add these books to that because they are very important and they all go together. And pretty soon,
And even if you're
we
not,
may raise the price of it if we add the children's book with it.
oh, definitely, definitely.
So I
We
would
went
get
to
on it right now.
great links to even if someone cannot read, and a lot of people are illiterate, that those
I wanna-
pictures will
I want to.
help them understand what's going on and what the dangers are.
I also want to set this up for, let's say, till the end of March.
The
The
deal.
whole deal.
Okay.
Um,
Special.
Yeah, the special. We're gonna have that till the end of March. The entire
We've actually
package.
been really generous with it because it's been like since October, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, we have been generous about that. But so to the end of March, you can get that deal, and because I know by then the children's book will be out also. So we may have to change everything up, or just cut the deal out altogether, and people just buy individually. But they are very important books, and we're doing all that we really can to get these to you. And right now, that's the best deal that we could possibly give you. So if you need information about the Bigfoot, the Predator Bigfoot, it's in English, it's in Spanish. We take you out in the field with us in the documentary. There's Bigfoots in the documentary, places where you're going to find them. What happens if you decide to gift, or if somebody suggests to you, and if somebody suggests to you, don't be friends with those people any longer.
And we also do courses, and we also do a course.
Oh, and we also do a tracking course. So we're doing
cheaper,
quite as much as we can.
As much as we can fit in.
Yeah, and sometimes we're just so tired with it. Good tired. I mean, because we're doing it all for other people. But we was late at our tracker meeting yesterday because we were just so tired, but we got through that, and we worked till 7 this morning after the tracker meeting. Then we
8:30.
8:30 this morning. I'm working. And
it's daylight again.
It's daylight again, and then so we took a quick nap and got up and went back to work, and lead tracker E was still working right before we got here. So I was like, and plus we got things we got the tracker meeting tomorrow, and I was like, I need that computer for tomorrow for sure. So I usually take 2 or 3 days before. So now I'm trying to push this into a day and an evening to try to get ready for some other things.
But we got it.
But we got it. So we have a great deal going right now. $55 for one autographed book or two autographed books. This and the Predator Bigfoot, the Bigfoot Gifters book and the documentary. But one of our trackers and Karen, we will be sending that out to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you again.
So here's also the new book, Bigfoot Gifters. It's out on Amazon right now. A very important book, information that has never been put out there before. And if this information was put out there before, people would be very upset with researchers or people who tell them to gift these things. There's more to it than what they've been telling you out there. This is also the Spanish version, Las Ofrendas de Pai Grande, Bigfoot Gifters, the Bigfoot Offerings. And it's also, they're both on Kindle as well. Here is our new webpage, which, again, one of our other trackers has put this together for us.
We're blessed with the sweetest people.
Oh, we're so blessed with.
But they want to get people warned too. These are all people that have had their own experiences and
one of our
the truth of what's going on here, and they want to get that message out too.
One of our trackers has some Spanish speaking neighbors.
A lot of little kids.
They bought this book and walked it over and put it in their mailbox free to their Spanish speaking neighbors.
Because they're concerned about them.
Because they're in the same area.
And the signs are all around that people would have you believe that you have to go out into the middle of the Pacific Northwest deep forest or up in Alaska somewhere to find these predators. And it's just simply not true.
And our trackers do things when they know it's time to do it. And we're very thankful for that, because as some situations have occurred, if they didn't put that book in that mailbox at that time, this whole next week was a whole change that happened.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
So they may never have gotten this information.
They might not get that opportunity again.
May never have had
and that's something we teach in the Warriors class. A Warrior's biggest mistake is thinking that they have more time.
Yeah, we got to do things now. And we've been doing as much as we could possibly without falling completely asleep on our feet, which we kind of have. We've done that. Woke up at the computer, go, oh, okay, I'll get back to work.
But it's our honor to do so.
So if you can, that deal is great right now. I would get that. If basically everything's free, you're actually saving money, getting all 2 books and the documentary right now until the end of March, and then we're gonna have to change it. It's just also Lead Tracker E has Tracking Miracles and Encounters on her page, her YouTube page.
Yeah. That's a series on the Lead Tracker E page, and the subscription numbers are going up there, so thank you for that. We're getting there, almost at 700, and this channel is almost at 2,000. So it's slow, but it's steady growth. What else?
I was just kind of a weird thought that because we get monetized, which is monetization is not hardly anything, especially with our channel, because we use other music, and even playing that little video means we can't get monetized for this stream. Just little things like that, but
it's pennies.
Yeah, it's pennies. It's not nothing really. But Lead Tracker E's channel is still where we can use that system right now. But once it hits 1,000, same thing. We gotta watch what we're
Yeah.
putting on as far as other people's music.
And it
Right
can
now we
be
can
a
use that.
25-year-old song
Yeah,
that
which
nobody'd even be listening to anymore. If we didn't
will
bring
still
it.
get banned and
Get
binged
that.
for it.
But
But right now we can still do that on her page, and I
right
keep.
now, it's still worth it to us to have the music for the impact of the music.
Yeah, we'd rather you see it, so we don't count on those 2 cents or 4 cents.
Keep your nickel.
Keep your. Oh, it's not even a nickel. It's
Yeah,
under.
and we're talking about
Keep your-
over a month.
Yeah. And so we also have on Lead Tracker's YouTube channel.
The Standing Feather Stories, and those are stories of Jerry's journeys, the stories behind the news that you don't often hear. Go look at both those playlists, and the one we just showed a second ago, and this one, and you'll be fascinated. And as soon as things slow down, we'll get back to adding more interviews with Jerry about there's still a lot more stories to tell.
Oh my goodness, there sure is.
So, but those are
And-
always a hit, and so are the Tracking Miracles and Encounters.
And we may have 2 more interviews coming up for you. We sure hope we do. It's some people who know about the Sasquatch,
That's what they call
as
them
they call
in
it,
their area.
and possibly get a
Demonology,
demonologist to come and speak. And so
about his experiences.
experiences and things that we can help out with, because there's always something that they're missing that we know that can help them. And if you're in that kind of field, I would watch that when we have that stream so that you're able to do it correctly. And we're going to be talking about some of those things tonight also. I don't think I put the maybe I did in the description. Maybe I did put the information in the description. I think I did. I'm not sure, but I hope I did. But
It'll be on any other live stream.
okay, or you can find the information on the other live streams.
Yeah.
But
we're almost through our list, our little grubby list that we go through
ways
before
to,
every show to get it out of the way. So we get on with the
ways to support.
Ways to support the channel: Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, old-fashioned post office box, 655 Antlers, Oklahoma. Super chats, or to like, share, and subscribe.
That really helps the algorithm. You know, weren't even really thinking about that earlier when we first started doing the streams, but finding out that while you click the likes, the algorithm gets expanded more and more. So the more you click the likes, the more this gets out there.
And we block all the trolls. So in one way, trolls are useful because they even bump up the algorithm when they comment, and because it just shows more engagement. But we don't want any mixed messages here. The purpose of this, it's a tracking channel. We want to keep people more safe and give them knowledge. We don't want anybody reading through the comments and getting confused about these things.
Yeah.
And so that's why we aggressively block trolls. And which, by the way, mods, if you find out that somebody's been blocked tonight and they try to reach out to you and ask why, just don't let them back in without talking to us first.
Yeah. And so we did get an alert today, so take care of that problem for us, monitors.
Well, they don't know the name.
Well, one of the monitors who will be here tonight does.
Okay.
And they've been asked to take care of that.
Oh, good. Okay.
So again, this is a tracker channel. It's not an entertainment channel. So we ask people be tonight it's a little more lenient because we want you to engage and react with us. And
Like we're watching a movie
like
together.
we're all just sitting around watching a movie together.
But
Perfect.
tonight, you just have to watch us because we're just going to play the audio.
Yeah.
Jerry would say, "Get to watch us." No.
No. But you'll know the voice and things like
definitely.
that.
And it's in the title.
But we really don't have a we don't have any favoritism towards this person because they have been given the information and they've willfully neglected and um, willfully have said that they don't want to learn the information. They want to keep guessing, basically.
But takes information like this
But takes the
that we're
information
gonna watch
that we're
tonight.
going to watch tonight. He would rather have the wrong information where he kind of knows.
And
Looks
we've
like he's
literally been sent a PDF of our book by one of
free
our
one.
trackers. Yeah, for nothing. And he said he didn't want to read it or didn't read it, refused to read it. I don't remember what the exact words were, but that's why he's still guessing.
That's why he's still guessing.
So,
And that's why he's looking for people that we're going to be showing tonight or listening to with the wrong information. And all of our trackers know. So, so moderators, that one person that we're looking for, go ahead and take that person out. Be a little lenient tonight because we want interaction. We want people learning. And the only time we're really, really strict is when we have an interview, a guest, or if we're giving a lesson. But on Watching Wednesdays, everybody loves Watching Wednesdays. Get you some. I got some coffee. Get some coffee. Some popcorn. Last time we had popcorn. Oh, and we have our new bell. This was sent in by one of our other trackers. And this is what she deemed a BS bell. So whenever we're having this Watching Wednesday and we know it's wrong, or when we know they're guessing, or when we know they're contradicting themselves, we're going to ring the bell, and that's when we call that's when we use that. So let's go to the comments. Let's see who's out here, and then we'll get started. Tracker Lorna is the very first one. She came in at 5:45 today.
Tracker Lorna.
She said nobody's going to beat her. She got beat one time last week, I think, and she showed up an hour and 15 minutes early. Tracker 17. They're always a close call there. And Tracker 17 comes in at 6:06.
They're both from the far north.
Yeah, they're both.
Ice people.
No, she's far north. He's far west.
Oh, yeah.
So, one from Canada, one from Australia. And Tracker 17 says, "Hi, Lorna, you've beaten me again." Laugh out loud. He said, "Australia's in the room," and she says, "Not by much." And he says, "Because of the time zones." Tracker 17 is also saying, hit the like and share button. And once you share information like this, it's very important to another person. And some people who have found our channel is through your shares. And, they would have never found it before. Tracker 17 has also put in the Bigfoot Gifters book on a link, also on a Facebook link, where you can find that book, and also the Predator's Bigfoot book and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. Both are important books, and I'm so glad that we decided to have this sale until the end of March, where you get both books now and a Bigfoot documentary. Wow, that is a deal, to tell you the truth. Shadow Tracker J. All right, Shadow Tracker J is in the house. Our good friend Jim from Lots Adventures, keeping it real, is here.
How you doing, Jim?
All right,
Shadow
Jim.
Tracker Jay. I'm sorry, I'm doing something.
We're always I'm glad and happy to see you, Jim. JR, one of our best trackers out there, he's saying, "Who let the owl out? Who? Yeah, we're going to be talking about this owl,
and that verse that we read earlier, that is also talking about the owl, and that they're unclean, they're unholy, they're
owl's a predator.
They're predators. They work with the Bigfoots.
Work with the Bigfoots, help it kill.
And also represent Lilith.
Sure
And
does.
that verse, you go look at that verse in different texts of the Bible, go back to older ones, and you'll see uh, it's an unclean thing. Um,
A screech owl, as it's called, and we hear that, and many people have heard it over there and over there and over there. And we said those aren't owls.
but the owls themselves also are. We don't have the great respect for them that other people do.
No.
In fact, I knew someone whose partner at the time, whose husband at the time, uh, became possessed. But as the relationship progressed, her obsession with mirrors, which are portals, and with owls increased. And so pretty soon, just like rooms were dedicated, or, just you could, that was the full theme of the room. And you'll notice that, anyway, just something that comes to mind when I think about people that get obsessed with owls.
Thank you, 17. Super sticker, $20. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. JR says this ought to be a hoot tonight for the peanut gallery. JR is very witty, I tell you
He
that.
is.
Tracker 17, Lorna's thanking Tracker 17, and everybody likes what JR is saying. JR's always got some good.
Something funny. We have a lot of
Very
funny
witty.
people in our that regularly come to our chat. Very funny people.
Shout out Tracker J says I can see JR is going to be a hoot tonight. Now everybody's got some hoot.
Oh, you got
yeah.
owl jokes, huh?
Owl jokes tonight. Jody says a hoot. Good evening, everybody. All right. Thank you, Jody. Shadow Tracker J says, JR, you beat me to the hoot. We got some hoot.
Hooting and hollering.
Hooting and hollering.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jody. Wow. Thank you so much. Jody is always very helpful. Many ways. And she's also
Always got a smile.
Always got a smile for everybody. She's also doing some work out there of finding and talking with some people to help us get more information out to you. And that's where we're finding the Sasquatch and the demonologists that we're going to hopefully be able to help and get the information from it's a tribe up north who knows about these things.
Yeah.
And their tribe says it's evil and stay away from these things. So,
But we want to finish our big book first.
Yeah.
Before we talk to some people, because we don't want anyone, because this book is our thoughts and we don't want anyone to.
Well,
we just try to do that. Our knowledge. I guess that's my point. We don't want
people thinking we took from
anyone else. So that's why we don't are holding off on some interviews.
But we're gonna have time to finish that book.
That's next.
It's next, and that will.
And it's really mostly finished.
Yeah, it is. It is. And actually, the Bigfoot Gifters, as you can see, it's got just packed full of information. But this book actually comes from the bigger book. We just had to get that out, that chapter out to everybody, because we've seen an increase of people telling other people to gift and to look for interaction. And we said, no, we got to get this. And we was going to wait till the whole book come out, but it was like, we got to get this book out now. It's too important, and the people are there. They just don't know what's going on. So we
consider that a cryptid crisis.
Cryptid crisis. So we put that out. So thank you again, Jody, and everybody's thanking Jody for the help. Jody, there's Graybeard. All right, Graybeard. Glad you got the message. I'm glad you're here. Great guy, great man. Deborah Buther, and we're actually going to be using your gift tonight with the no commercials. We're going to be using that tonight.
Yes, remember to sign in with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, for that help also. We appreciate
That's
all the help.
That's a gift to all of us.
Everybody, yeah. This gift is
really everything that, is a gift to all of us.
So many people are helping when people help us, that helps us get more information out and spend more time on
Thank you,
getting
Lord.
all the information and getting things done here that we need to get done. We do appreciate all the support out there. Tracker Luna is saying hi, Gray Beard, and Jody is saying hi, Gray Beard. Shadow Tracker, Gray Beard. Everybody's saying hello to Deborah, to Ola Deborah. JR says we're gonna have a hoot nanny.
Haven't heard that one in a while.
Me either. Shadow Tracker Jay is saying hello to Deborah. Gray Beard saying hello to hello. Lost Adventures saying hello to Tracker 17 and to Lorna. Jody saying hi, Deborah. There's Jim. He's saying hello to Jerry. Hello, Jim. Good to hear from you again. I'm glad you're here. JR says we got to keep up. Shadow Tracker J. Is that with the hoots?
Shadow Tracker J says I'll try.
I'll
JR.
try, JR. And Jim saying hello to JR. Tracker 17 says
we're up for owling good time tonight.
oh,
That's
an
right.
outing good time. Jim, you better jump in there.
JR says, wait till War Chief gets here.
Yeah. He's probably gonna owl or two, or hoot or two.
Shadow Tracker J says,
yet.
Tracker 17, she's laughing. Graybeard says, I'll try. You're a riot, Shadow Tracker J.
I'll try. Good one. I like that.
JR says, I try listening to other channels sometimes, but just don't give a hoot on what they have to say.
There you go.
Us neither.
I like that one.
Shadow Tracker J says, I'm funny looking too, Graybeard.
Uh-oh.
Beautiful person, inside and out.
This is Tracker 17's Facebook Yowie page, Tracking Bush Predators Australia. Check that one out. Go to it. Join it. He has a lot of good information that he's teaching out there. He spends a lot of time breaking it down.
He really does.
And to where you really understand not only what he's looking at, but what to look for.
Far more patient than myself.
And myself. I'm glad we have the course so that we get to spend 2 hours with just one section and then 2 hours or 3 hours with one section. Just the books alone, when people ask us questions, it's like they want us to answer that one question. But we know as soon as we answer that one question, they're going to ask another one. Okay, well, what about this? Well, what about that? So we wrote the books. So to spend hours and hours and hours with one person, it's
just can't do it anymore.
Can't do it anymore. There's so many more things that we got to get done.
And,
for more
he's
people.
very busy too, and we really appreciate it. And he will be writing a book one of these days.
Yeah. And we're appreciative of his channel and helping people out there. All of our trackers are helping people out there already. So
very proud of you all.
Yeah.
Graybeard says no. Tracker 17 says hi JR. And
this is the
second link.
This is the
and had to be changed to a private group because of ignorant people.
Yeah, attacking.
That don't want the knowledge.
Even though he was putting the correct information out, they were attacking not just that, but the photos and reporting and things.
Yeah. They don't want to learn. Well, now they don't have the chance.
Now they don't have the chance.
Unless they sneak in like little trolls. Tracker 17 says, hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe if you haven't already.
If you haven't subscribe. That way you get all this information.
Even you trolls, go on and subscribe. That way you don't miss an episode, but stay quiet.
Yeah, stay quiet and don't comment.
Deborah Mueller says, sorry, I forgot to slam that thing on the way in.
What?
Thumbs up.
Oh,
like.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. And Tracker says, all good, Deborah. Hey, Scott's here.
How you doing, Scott?
All right. Everyone saying amen for the prayer. Great. Everybody's happy to see Scott. Tracker Lawrence, amen. Child Tracker Jay saying hi to Scott. Tracker Lawrence saying hi to Scott. Everybody's saying hi back. Truth Walker is here. All right,
How you doing, Truth Walker? She's had some activity here recently.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing out there. She knows what to look for also. And that verse was Isaiah 34:14.
Oh, yeah, it was 30. It was 34:14. That says 35. Let me double check real quick. It was 34:14. I mistyped that.
Okay.
Y'all can delete that and somebody put that. One of the mods, please delete
Oh.
that and put in the correct one.
Why did I say 34:14?
Because that's what I actually said when I read it out. You remember things.
Oh, I remember things.
That's how you do.
We was with a group of people, and I was, they were good mechanics, and they were working on some stuff, and one guy says he's a good mechanic, and good at knows how to tinker with his hands, and looked at Lead Tracker and said, "You're a great artist. You just brighten things up and have such great art and everything." And he turned and looked at me, and he goes, "And you remember things."
That's important. It's extremely important. I don't remember things.
I do a little more than that.
I'm better than
but,
since I've been taking those minerals, my memory's gotten a lot better.
And they do help too. Child Tracker Jay says, "Blessings, Lead Tracker E. Blessings to Truth Walker."
Thank you.
And Karen, are you here today? I sure hope so. So she knows that she is getting a gift coming her way. Shadow Tracker.
Do we have the address?
Truth Walker, yeah.
Okay.
Is saying hello to Shadow Tracker Jay. Everybody saying hello to Truth Walker. She's saying hello to everybody. Everybody saying hello. Night Stars is here.
Night Stars.
All right, Night Stars. Night Stars is saying hello. And we just talked about you.
Yeah, hopefully you caught that. Something that we're that's someone who's been generous about giving the book away.
Yeah, she's the one who gifted her
in the nick of time.
In the nick of time.
And
right.
Also, some people have been putting the books, their little mini libraries. Well, some have been donating to the big libraries, but also the little book stands where people trade books, and they're in neighborhoods.
Yeah,
they've been putting our books in there,
and
they don't stay long either.
They don't. People get it and start reading it.
We appreciate that very much.
We do appreciate
Everybody's doing what they can.
Appalachian Mountain Man.
Hey, Appalachian.
We're going to have to see a photo of you one day. I just want to see that beard that you got going on. Everybody saying hello to Appalachian Mountain Man. Truth Walker saying hello to Night Stars. Appalachian Mountain Man saying thank you. All right. Everybody saying Danette.
Hey, Danette, how you doing?
Danette's a very good friend. She's always been. She's gotten a lot of people's back a lot, and she got our back. Oh, I remember one time we was down to, I want to say $7, if that. No, I think it was less than that. I think it was $1 something, and we was way out towards Mississippi, helping some other people. I'm
trying to remember which time that was.
And we was like, and we had to stay out in the field for a very important thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And we couldn't leave, and we was sleeping. Not wanting to stay where we were staying. And it was
really roachy, really roachy.
But some nights we stayed in the parking lots and parks.
Yeah.
Just to stay in this certain area for what we was there for. And we finally said, we're out of everything. We're gonna have to ask, and we asked, and Danette said, "I got you," and she did too. She got us, and we was able to accomplish what we needed to accomplish, and stay the duration of what we needed to. We used those funds sparingly with just what we needed. There was no access of anything, and it was just enough to hold us an extra month, I think. Mm-hmm. Something like that. But oh my goodness, it was just, and God was shining on everybody that day. Yeah, we actually ate something. There's crackers.
No, but we appreciate every one of you. God bless you all.
We do. A lot of people on this channel just been doing what they can and helping us so that we could.
And helping people in their own communities too.
It's just, this is a great community here.
This is exactly the sort of community we wanted to build.
So everybody saying hello to Danette, and Graybeard is saying hello to Night Stars, Appalachian Mountain Man, Truth, and anyone he missed, he says. Tracker 17 says hello to Danette, and Night Star says
Hello.
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 And she's smiling. Graybeard's smiling. Danette says, best and correct information here. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danette. And Danette says, I would like to buy the set and have you gifted to a family or
Oh,
person.
wow. You see what we mean?
Wow. Yeah, you see what would be? She is just awesome.
Thank you, Danette.
And we will do that. We can get that wrapped up.
We sure will.
There is one person, but we can't get a hold of him. He was
Who are you
on
thinking of?
Sasquatch Society or Sasquatch
Oh, yeah. Sasquatch
Theory.
Theory? Yeah.
Someone in Oklahoma
If
moved
he gets
here.
a hold of us, yeah, we would send it to her. But there's no shortage. Definitely.
Yeah, there is no
God will
shortage.
send us the correct person.
Yeah. Appalachian Mountain Man says that would be great to see.
That one should be deleted.
Okay. And that is a person that we got
there you go.
information on. Elastic Machinery is here.
You can go ahead and delete Graybeards also.
Okay. I'm just deleting a few comments here tonight because we have such good people here, and
We want to keep it that
we
way.
don't want
If
y'all.
we get an inkling that you're causing trouble on another channel, we're not going to take a chance.
Yeah, that's someone who's
If you're being deceptive,
somewhere.
have a lot of different accounts.
You're going to be deceptive here.
No.
So everybody say hello to Elastic Machinery, Graybeard, Shadow Tracker J, 17, and Lorna, Judy Wheeler.
Hey, Judy, how
I
you
hope
doing?
you're feeling better. She was sick for a little bit,
Oh,
and I hope you're over whatever you're over and back healthy and strong. We miss seeing your smiling face.
she's got a great smile too.
She does. She smiles all the time. Maybe not while she's sick, but when you're around a lot of kids and they go to school and they're around a lot of kids, it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. Everybody's last machine. Hello to Graybeard.
Graybeard says the definition of the word owl in that verse is Lilith. Exactly.
Sure is. Sure
Thank you,
is.
Graybeard.
Good job, Graybeard. And Tracker 17 said, I remember that Graybeard. And Judy's saying hello to us. How are you doing, Jody, again? Oh,
Always
Tracker.
good to see you. Thank you, Tracker Lorna.
Tracker Lorna. She's all. This is just a great group of people. It's just everybody's helping each other.
She had some amazing pictures in the meeting the other day.
Yeah, she always has.
Yeah.
I mean, these trackers are finding everything that's out there.
Keeping track of the missing people in their areas, the missing pets in their areas.
They're doing a lot of work out there. And sometimes, and I'm gonna have to take it back because sometimes, I'll say we're tired and we're trying to keep going and everything, but then when we look at our trackers, they're doing just as much out there. They're going places.
We ain't tired.
We ain't tired. None of us are tired. We got a lot of mo.
Too much to do.
Too much to do. So thank you, Tracker Lorna. That is very much appreciated. Everybody's saying hello to Judy and Tracker Lorna. Judy said hello to Tracker J. Everybody's saying hello to, Lorna's saying hello to Judy Wheeler.
And we take the time to read these out because we appreciate you, and also
and we like
because
you.
Yes, and some people are only listening and are not able to look at the
That
chat.
too. You're
So
right. I forgot about that.
we want them to be a part of it too.
And Judy saying hello to Graybeard, and Elastic Machinery says, "Hey, Ma, so glad to be here at Jerry and Ella. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday."
He loves Wednesday. He loves the snow scene and the Wednesdays.
Judy is saying hello to Tracker Lorna and to everyone, and she says yes, she is feeling better.
Good.
Good. We're so happy to hear that. Oh, I just sometimes I'm trying to remember last time I was sick, but there was one time we went to a funeral and
Briefly, yeah.
and somebody you could tell they were sick and everything, and so we got a little bit of that for about 2 or 3 days.
But with the minerals, it helps you recover very quickly.
Yeah, and minerals kicked it out. Um, Appalachian Mountain Man says, that's what I'm saying, Elastic Machinery. I don't know what it was. And everybody's happy that Judy is over her sickness, or feeling better at least.
Elastic says, how many likes does it take to get to the creamy center of the algorithm? One, two, three, a bit more than three. So hit the like, please. There you go.
So hit the like, please.
Graybeard says, I remember that commercial.
So
Shadow Tracker Jace
also
says, I remember that commercial too.
All right, here we have
Overbuilt Automotive says, hi, Jerry and folks from East Tennessee. All, it's been a while, been missing lives, and as always, God bless.
All right, Overbuilt Automotive.
How you doing?
Everybody's happy and saying hello to you. Automotive saying hello to each other. Guess who just walked in the room and kicked the door down?
There he is, War Chief Tracker C. We've been waiting for you.
Everybody's been waiting for you.
Says, hello, everyone.
Everybody saying hello to War Chief. Everybody saying hello to War Chief and Overbuilt. Overbuilt Machinery.
Overbuilt Machinery, Automotive.
Oh, Automotive. I'm sorry. Truth Walker saying hello to War Chief and Judy and Overbuilt. Judy saying hello back to Truth Walker. Isaiah 34:14. The wild beast of the desert shall also meet with the wild beast of the island. And also with the DNA mixture, that mixture, they're on both. So they've met. They've met.
And the satyr shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl also shall rest there and find for herself a place of rest.
So Lilith,
where all the unclean spirits
the owls, the predators, they've all found a place. And they haven't found a place with us. They haven't found a place with our trackers or the people here. But there are some people out there who are doing that gifting, who are giving them access to themselves through mouth speak. So those are still finding places in people as well, not just on the land, but in people. So everyone's got to be very careful of those people who tell us or ask to gift or get some kind of interaction with them. Those people don't know what they're doing. They need the book. They need to read the book to see what else is in there and what they're missing. Shadow Tracker Jay is saying, thanks, Graybeard. Mary Stout, the cheetah.
There she is.
The cheetah is
We've
here.
been missing you in the meetings too.
Everybody's missing you, Mary.
When you're ready to come back, you let us know.
Whenever you're ready to come back to those meetings, you let us know. We that place, that door is always open for you. Tracker 17 says, hello, Mary. Long time no see. Mary saying hello to Graybeard and Lorna. Tracker 17 says, God is our strength, Jerry and Ella. Graybeard said, good group of folks here. Sure is. Shadow Tracker Jay says, keep a good confession. We are blessed and highly favored. And God has his eyes on us, this group of good people. Mary Stoughton says, Shadow Tracker, hello, Shadow Trackers, and hello, Tracker 17. And Overbuilt Automotive says, Tracker 17 with a victory cup. And guess who is here? Shadow Tracker 888.
How you doing, Bob?
And you come in right before we got started, so we're glad you're here, Bob. Bob is doing some important work. All the trackers are doing such.
Very proud of you.
You people just always are doing something important. Everything you're doing is important out there.
Every little bit makes a difference because we can't keep an eye on everyone's neighborhood, but you can keep an eye on your own neighborhoods.
Okay, so tonight we're just going to hear the audio, and we've got our bell ready, known as the. Can we even say that? VS?
Sure.
Okay, so We're gonna just take, you know what it means, but it's called the BS official bell. So when we hear people contradict themselves, lie, or give wrong information, we're gonna ding the bell. So earplugs in, because this bell is probably gonna go off quite a few times tonight. Where the bell tolls, I guess you would say. So let's go ahead and start. And
nothing necessarily personal, unless you're deceiving people on purpose. Then yeah, we take that personal on behalf of everyone.
Yeah.
So we're not trying to be mean, but we are trying to call out the BS when we see it.
Can I ask you to do something?
Sure. Turn the lights.
No, move that over, the TV over, so I can keep this here. Because either way, I have to go around. But if we got it just a little bit more over to that worked. Perfect.
How
Okay.
about the lights?
We're good because it's just gonna be us. So okay, let's go ahead and start. Now this is the Owlman, and everybody's heard of that. Steve Isdall. I think that's how you say his name. I think he's a tracker. No, he's a
Hunter.
Bigfoot. He's a
big game hunter.
Big game hunter. He's not a tracker. He's a big game hunter.
I used to listen to him way back.
And there's a big difference between hunting big game than being a tracker. There's a big difference. And if you went through the tracker course, it's an even bigger difference than a regular tracker. We know more things than military, special forces, Army Rangers. I was in the military. None of this information was ever given. This is the only place you can get this information. We build your intelligence, especially, like reading hieroglyphs, reading stone tablets, breaking down like the Fibonacci sequence, or the how to regenerate and bring your body back up to health, things like that. There's more tracking, mapping, and stuff. Tracking and mapping you're going to find in the military anyway, but we also want our trackers to know exactly what we're doing, how to use that compass, how to use that map, how to use the protractor with it, how to set your azimuth, reverse azimuth, leapfrog, all the things that we use in tracking also. But we also teach what else is out there and how to identify and how to see these things, so that you know exactly what's out there, so there are no surprises to any of us.
We don't want you to go away with more questions than you came in with.
Yeah. We want you leading now with the answers.
And when you have the correct knowledge, to teach other people. But if you're still ending what you say with, I guess, I think, maybe, possibly, could be, I don't know, what do you think? Well, then don't give advice.
Yeah. Or what this guy's going to say, we'll say tonight. Okay, let's start.
Let's meet the Owlman.
Let's meet the Owlmans. And they say knowledge, but it's not. We'll get to that. Get ready. There we go.
Okay, what's this one? We've had a couple of weird days this past couple weeks, haven't we? I guess every day is a weird day. This one's titled The Rules. Darwinists will not like any of this. From the Owlman. Holy shit.
Whew. Let me get past that. I thought I was past that.
Another email that may prove helpful to understanding some of the questions you have about this.
I got to back it up just a little bit because I want to. Is there a mute? Yeah, there's a. Okay. I want to mute this for just a second because I don't want to put that cussing part on. And let me get it set and we'll be right back. I mean, you'll see us, but.
You cuss so much.
Okay, so now we're going to start. So this is He wrote in to keep Steve on the line like a fish. He looks like he just keeps Steve on the line just like that. Just gives a
The
little
same as
bit.
was
little
he?
bit.
Did he have? It was either Victor or Vincent. There was two channels, and both of them have some
Victor, I remember that
so-called
name.
inside knowledge. So this guy had Victor.
No, I don't think he did. It was
So he had Vincent, or he had somebody that would come and just feed him a little bit at a time. Inside government knowledge, dogman killer, that sort of thing. But I'll they're both on their deathbeds. These people writing the letters, but I'll feed you a little more next week and a little more next week, and yeah, it's that same kind of.
I remember this guy from a long time ago saying that he had cancer, his own deathbed, but now he's still
This one?
the Owlman, I think.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't
Or-
remember about that. I
I
hadn't
think
watched
he's
him in a
used
long
it
time,
before too.
but there was Victor maybe was the one I'm thinking of. Part of a team of cryptid killers.
Oh. Okay, so let's go ahead and start.
Yeah.
And let's see how far we get before the bell goes off.
From the Owlman. Haven't heard from the Owlman in a while, have we? Here we go. Let's get into it. It's a lengthy one. Usually very informative.
It's never informative. It's always the wrong information that can get people killed. So that's BS there, guys.
Steve, I thought I would drop you another email that may prove helpful to understanding some of the questions you have about the Sabe. I'll try to keep this simple and to the point for brevity's sake.
Brevity? Is that what
To
he
be
said?
brief, yeah. You want to be brief?
He said it's a long one, but now he says
It's a long one, but for brevity's sake.
It's a long one, but it's gonna be short. So there's a contradiction already. All right.
I also decided to call myself an expert.
Well, we've got 3 dings already, and we about 3 seconds in?
We hadn't even heard from him much yet.
Ain't even heard. Yeah.
Since many who listen choose to call me such.
I don't know if they do or not, so I'm not gonna hit the bell.
Well, and yeah, right. And well, the thing is, Steve has no problem reading that statement from this guy, but he's said before when they try to give him our book or whatever, there's no such thing as a Bigfoot expert.
Yeah.
So it just depends on who you are.
Yeah, Steve's one of those guys that just don't want to learn. He's just listening to. He's just a email reader, I guess. He don't want to learn, and he's written books on everybody
Well, I mean, by
else's
now
story.
he should be warning people and telling them what to stay away from, how to be careful,
Should be, yeah.
what to look for. He should notice when they're in the background behind him.
They should notice a pattern with all the stories.
Good Lord, yes.
I am the world's foremost expert on the experiences of my own life. Me too. I also want to thank you for making the public aware of the dark people who seem to control our lives from the shadows. Your personal rants do not fall on deaf ears. All right, man. Thanks. Appreciate the kind words, man.
The kind words are that you rant.
That you have blow off rants. It's a kind word, and thank you for that kind word. I mean, well, I ain't ranting.
So
ranting.
he's grateful that you listen to him gripe.
Oh my goodness.
One of the reasons I listen to your YouTube channel so intently is I am looking for validation from others' experiences.
Yeah, wait, this is in the book. The experts are looking for validation from the people that write
Now,
into you.
how
Wait a
many
minute.
how
I know we
many
got this in the book.
stories
Hold on.
has Steve had?
Oh, I gotta find it.
1,000, 2,000, 20,000?
Oh, yeah.
And this guy's listening attentively for validation. So that means he hasn't, out of all 20,000 videos, he hasn't got any validation to his theories, to his thoughts.
I'm looking for something in the book real quick. Hold on.
So if you've got that many videos and you haven't got your validation yet,
And if you're an expert
then you're guessing and you're putting your theories and your thoughts out there
in your advice,
and your advice, which is wrong, and you're calling yourself an expert. And he's saying other people are calling him an expert. This is probably the second or third time I've heard this guy or the name. And no, we don't call you an expert. Neither do we
Here it
call
is, here it
Steve
is.
an expert.
On page 33 of page 34 of our book. Well, it starts at 33. It says, finally, this is me speaking in the book, and I'm talking about how I just found the most detailed structures and things like that in a real hot spot there in East Texas. And I was getting bad advice to gift and things like that from the only group that I could find, and they wanted to gift. They were teaching that kind of thing. They weren't finding the structures that I was finding. As a matter of fact, later on, I literally drew them a map, and they still couldn't find it. So I was moving away from listening to them. I went on one camping trip with them, and I thought it was, I had nothing to compare to at that time, right? I'm just getting my feet wet, just trying to learn. I know I've got them on my property. I know now I want to know what to do about it. I wanted to know more about them. And, one of the things they did wrong to begin with was at that camp, all the men went one direction and left the women at the camp. Dangerous. We would advise for that. But anyway, they weren't answering my questions. So I'm still looking. I'm going, this does not line up with what I see, because what I see looks like a hunting pattern. These are hunters. They're not friendly. Like nothing lined up. So I'm looking, trying to find anybody who is seeing what I'm seeing. And then I came across Jerry, and I had sent him photos of some of these structures and the different things that I was finding. Well, he was so busy, he didn't answer for a long time, and then and he was getting blocked and banned from groups, which, by the way, you can't post again till Thursday. So if y'all could share, he can't. Anyway, so he's getting blocked, and I'm watching people in some of these groups, and I left, probably 98% of all these groups since then, because they're just not receptive to what we're teaching. But I see him getting trashed in the comments. I don't know anything about him, but I'm doing my due diligence. I'm trying to learn what, why does he say this? Why does he say that? Who is this person? Can he be trusted? That kind of thing. And I see them in there calling him a con man and a fraud, and I jumped into the chats or comments with that, and I'm like, look, you can say a lot of things about him. You can say whatever. You can say he's reached the wrong conclusions, but that's way different than calling somebody a fraud or a liar or a hoaxer, or totally different. That not the same thing at all. And so he could read the comments, but he just couldn't post or anything. And he's like, who's this? Somebody's actually defending me. This is way back, this several years ago. Somebody's actually defended me. And he's like, so now he's going to go, who's this person that's actually defended me? And then he looked at the pictures of the structures and everything. But what he sent me, it says, so when I'm talking somewhat about this in the book, I say, finally returning home after work in the field, he started going through photos and emails he previously received. He looked at my pictures, and these are pictures of structures, and realized some of them were particularly unusual, so he reached out. He said, why do you need validation? And I said, but anyway, that reminded me of that, of the validation. He's like, you know what you're looking at. You see what you're looking at. why are you seeking validation from others? Of course, at the time, I was like, well, I don't need your validation, you know. But what do you think? Anyway, sorry, little side story.
But that's in the book also.
So
But-
this, yeah,
Go ahead. Oh, we're just talking about this guy looking for validation with, maybe 20,000 videos of, because he reads 3 or 4 stories every day of different stories, and this guy's looking for validation, which he hasn't got for
and
his
they're all
theories.
so happy for him to come in and share his knowledge.
And they're talking about knowledge, but this guy's still looking for validation from people who don't know anything. They just send in their stories in of their encounter and what happened, and they're looking for information from this guy who doesn't have the information. So the Owlman is coming in, and they're saying he's an expert, but he's looking for validation. He doesn't have the information, but he's going to give you what he thinks in his opinion, which is the wrong information that will get people killed.
You recently read an email from a man who once hunted a farmer's property along Upper Mississippi River in the state of Iowa. In that email, the writer mentioned a farmer who noticed the Sabe seemed to appear in March and left in October.
Yes, you can call them whatever you want to. But for us, it's a red flag whenever somebody's calling them Sabe, because that's the Bigfoot lovers camp.
Yeah, and that's a made-up word.
Sabe, they're people. Nobody can track down where it came from.
I think there was an article in the
in
Canadian newspaper that said it came through someone who just said it. It's not an Indian word, but it came through. Someone made the word up, and they just ran with it.
the closest that's when they're trying to humanize these things. The closest that I've heard is Lone Ranger, when Tonto would say Kimosabe, which meant stupid. Dummy.
Yeah, Kimosabe means wet head or
Waterhead,
soggy
brain.
mind, not thinking right. And the word Tonto in Spanish means stupid. So one was calling the other one stupid, and the other one was calling the other one mentally unstable. They said, you got a soggy brain, you got a mush head, you don't think right. But people didn't know that back then. Everybody said Kimosabe and his friend.
Yeah,
No,
they're
that
thinking
don't
those
mean
are
friend.
sweet names for each other.
That don't mean friend. And Tonto don't mean buddy either. That means stupid and soggy head. So they were calling each other names all the way through that. So
anyway, that's a red flag right there.
October.
And he's saying that
In the state of Iowa. In that email, the writer mentioned a farmer who noticed the Sabe seemed to appear in March and left in October.
now also in the book, I'm not sure where it's at, but we talk about seasonal
Considerations.
Here it is. Page 177, seasonal considerations. We talk about March and April as a breeding and a hunting time. The solstice time is where they capture people for breeding, and they'll take them back to places to try to breed, to try to mate with them. So they're looking for a mate. There's also a story in there, in the same one. Let me get to that, page 177. 177, under seasonal considerations, the story of Hairy Man or Hairy Woman. You might want to read that one also. But also, hey, maybe I'll just read it here. Actually, I'll let Lee Tracker read it.
Wait, what? From March 21st to May.
Now he's talking about March, and they arrive in March and they leave in the fall, I think. Let me rewind that real fast just so we get it right.
Mississippi River in the state of Iowa. In that email, the writer mentioned a farmer who noticed the Sabe seemed to appear in March and left in October.
We won't read the whole thing, but it goes on for several pages. From March 21st to May 21st is a time for the female predator Bigfoots to steal and gather, kill, and eat men, women, and children for their DNA to produce more man-like predator spawns. The DNA is transferred as a spider does through ingestion of blood, semen of a man, or the breast milk of a woman.
No.
Okay, and it goes on April,
Now, does this have
June, July, May.
the special forces guy who at the solstice time? It should. Maybe it's it.
It's in here. Oh, yeah, right here. Read that one.
Yeah.
A tracker in the far north who is a former, and this is starting on page 181 of the book, a tracker in the far north who is a former special forces soldier has assembled his own team to search and rescue those who go missing in the forest. He often reached out to us for information and knowledge regarding the predator Bigfoots and predator Bigfoot hybrids, and we shared with him the Creek tribe story of the big hairy woman, which is also in the book. Shortly after this conversation, a young woman had gone missing in his area. He did not want to wait 24 hours for the authorities. He is a spiritual person and uses that as his guide. During the blood moon at solstice, he began his own search and rescue tracking operation because he knew the area and that the predator Bigfoots and hybrids had been taking people from that area. He knew this because this was not his first track and locate. He knew that there was no time to wait. He tracked the predator Bigfoots to a cave that he had to climb upwards 50 feet to the cave's opening. Predator Bigfoot symbols, signs, and prints led into the dark cave, and we've done a live stream on that. They found the young woman 150 yards in a cave, unconscious and naked with a pine tar substance covering her eyes, just as we had warned. Stop there.
Yeah, so they do have a seasonal gathering, harvesting, mating. And that's why we tell also people first frost, first snow. That's a very dangerous time because they're collecting food for wintertime. They're collecting food and supplies before the snow falls, so they don't leave tracks back to their cave of this missing person. They're trying to get them and get as much or many, and whole villages. We even had a story in there of a whole village missing, and we talk about that story. And in the story, I asked the ranger, this happened before the first frost or the first snow. He said yes, but that's what they're doing. So they do have these seasonal times and a lot of dangerous times. We ask people to be very careful, especially like Memorial Day when everybody really goes swimming. We tell people you got to be careful. These water spirits, which are Bigfoots also in the translucent stage. Some of them have the fin between the fingers and fins and stuff like that because of the fish DNA. And every year at that time, millions of people, I mean, not millions, but thousands of people go get drowned. They come up missing. Boats tipping over, boats damaged. And we're just warning people in the book. We're telling them exactly what's going to happen at these times, these seasonal times.
And we've actually shared before in the past, both with our tracking team and on a live stream, that recording, maybe more than once.
Yeah.
The recording of that tracker right after he had found her.
That broke protocol because he wasn't supposed to radio in or get in contact with us until he was out. But he said, this is what's happening right now. Just pulled her out. Pine tar, just like you said.
As a storm was blowing up.
Yeah, and then the storm rolled in while he was out there.
It was intense.
Okay, let's go.
She did survive.
Yeah. So let's. We don't have the backstory after that because we parted ways a little bit after that. So let's back it up to where he starts off with the March and the October, and also in October time, like we're saying, they're gathering food. So the deer, they go higher ground. They're looking for any kind of food because down low it's all snowed, frosted, muddy, covered. So they're going a little higher. The grass is a little bit still sparse up there. It's still sparse, but it's more up there. They also eat the cedar tree, They eat bark from different trees and things like that. So they're migrating. The Bigfoots aren't migrating. But they're following the
Following the
food,
food.
and they're collecting the food and bringing it back, collecting and bringing it back.
Yeah, they're not afraid of winter.
And they can walk and move miles more than they go 100 miles if they wanted to in a day.
They can sit in icy water. They can,
And that when we talk about snow, they will sit there
until they're
and
covered in it.
until they're covered and you can't even see them, just to capture prey when it comes by. And they'll go back and sit down and let their entire body be covered. They got the fur. And you're going to find them in, like we talk about in the book, in the tropical. You're going to find them in Alaska. You're going to find them in the Himalayas. You're going to find them in Japan. You're going to find wherever a spider will be, these things will be.
And they love extreme weather events too, because with that comes death, and with death is food.
There was one channel that I think it was what's that?
Was it Todd
I don't
Standing?
I don't want to say the word dumb, but yeah, it was Todd Standing. He was saying, well, it's raining out here, so I don't think that they'll be out because it's raining. They don't like the rain.
It's a perfect time to hunt.
It is, and so that guy doesn't have the information because these things will go sit in water and wait for people to come swimming if they know that they're going to be back the next day, or they'll put their rafts a little further out, or their beach ball, let it, in the embankment to where people have to enter the water. And we've seen that. So weather is not
A factor.
a factor. Storms are not a factor. Snow,
Other than they like them.
Yeah, wherever there's a storm, Bigfoots are going to be going to that storm.
Just like crows do.
Yeah. If there's a storm coming up, crows and ravens are going to fly to that storm because there's dead pets, dead mice, dead people, and you're going to see those crows.
Yeah, nobody's going to notice if a predator Bigfoot takes a person and they're just disappearing during a hurricane, say. They're just going to blame it on the weather and not these things. So it's a perfect opportunity to.
Yeah, just like the North Carolina thing, there are hundreds of missing people, vanished, and there's predator Bigfoots all in that area. Hard to put two and two together. So he's saying that they leave they show up in March and they leave in October. Yeah, but there's some that will travel, and there's some that, they're permanent. And now that the COVID thing, or trying not to get real flagged, when the shot came out, everybody stayed in. These things advanced, and they came right to the cities, and they're everywhere now. They've already established areas.
Yeah, they're not just on the outskirts anymore.
No, they're behind our house or around our neighbors. The dogs are barking every night. Theirs are barking over there.
Hotel dumpsters, restaurant dumpsters.
And I think we have more of their pets over here than any other place, because we shadow shoot over here. We know our land and what's not supposed to be there. So we have so many animals, small animals around our house, and deer, that we have to shoo them away and get out of. We don't want, because smaller animals bring a small predator, and that smaller predator is followed by another predator, because predators eat predators. Bigfoots eat Bigfoots. Lions eat lions. Pigs eat pigs. Chickens eat chickens. Hawks eat hawks. Crows eat crows. Possums eat possums. Skunk eat skunk. They all eat because it's food for them. They don't care if it was the one that gave them or hatched them or gave them birth or whatever. Lions will eat that lion cub if it's dinner time and there's no food around. If one of the chickens is wounded, other chickens will come peck at it, and until they actually consume the entire chicken, they'll all come over there and eat. So here we go again.
Mother cats will eat their babies.
Mother cats will eat babies. Dogs will eat pups.
This seems to be the case in my experience as well.
I'll call BS on them because of what he's about to say.
I have mentioned previously that they don't migrate
He just said that with his own experience that they leave in October. So that would,
You're there from March to October and then they leave, but they don't migrate.
but they don't migrate. Okay, so if they've left and they return in March, that's a migration cycle.
They're following the
Yeah.
migrating animals.
But he's saying he's contradicting again. Right?
But it's not for the same reasons, yeah.
This seems to be the case in my experience as well. I have mentioned previously that they don't migrate.
Okay, so he's saying they leave, but they don't migrate. But they do, but they don't.
As we think of migration, but some of them do seem to leave in October and return in March.
Another contradiction.
Simply because some don't like winter where they live.
Weather is not a factor. It's where the food is.
They're incredibly tough.
And they don't need us feeding them or giving them cookies or apples. Bigfoot gifters, you just don't know what they don't need your apples. They will strip a whole tree. They will strip your garden.
They'll take them. They don't need them.
Oh yeah, they'll take them for sure. But that's a different meaning why they take them.
Yeah, that's in our book.
And that's in the new book, Bigfoot Gifters. So let's hear him contradict himself again here.
Say that they don't migrate as we think of migration, but some of them do seem to leave in October and return in March, simply because some don't like winter where they live. In human culture, we refer to that as being snowbirds. It's the same concept with them.
Humanizing them again.
They're not humans. They're not people. These are predators.
They go to their Florida vacation home.
The Florida vacation home, and I'm not even sure what page the spider squatch DNA. Maybe it's under biology, where we talk about the spider squatch DNA in them. Yeah, it's
You found it? And we've got full videos and live streams on it also, and you can find that under the basics playlist on the Lead Tracker E channel and also on the website. The Spider Squatch DNA.
Spider squatch DNA. Let me back that up just a minute.
Where they live. In human culture, we refer to that as being snowbirds. It's the same concept with them. Some just find winter in various places too harsh for their liking.
This is their expert. This is the one that
They get
count
excited
on.
when he comes in to the channel.
Steve
from
gets
what
excited.
We understand. Yeah.
So this guy who's giving him the wrong information, Steve's excited because this is Steve's knowledge now. This is where his knowledge factory is coming from. This is where his influx
His
of
round table of knowledge.
yeah, where his influx of round table knowledge is coming from. And this guy doesn't have the correct information. If you have fur, and bears don't care. Bears will hibernate and sleep through the whole thing. Polar bears live in Alaska. They swim in the ice freezing water. They take naps on ice glaciers. It's not a factor to them. This guy's already given theories and wrong information. They don't care. They go to the catastrophe. They go to the cold weather. If there's people up there, if there's animals up there, they're going. That's food for them. It's only food. They only want food. I know we're just living in it, but let's get some comments.
Okay.
And see where we're at and catch up. But this guy's already sent this bell. I hope we haven't chipped it. Sent this bell ringing off the chart already, and we're just barely. And this is only a 30-minute little clip of the thing, and we probably went a minute, 2 minutes in, or something like that too. I don't know.
It's only like 20-minute thing, and we should be able to get through it in 3 hours.
We should. We should.
Mary had entered the room.
And Bob had entered right there. And this is where everybody was saying hello to Bob.
Yeah, to Bob and to Mary.
And to Mary. And now we're getting into.
Let's start with the elastic machinery down there. Says, it really bothers me after he treated War Chief. I enjoyed his hunting stories, but I barely cared for the emails and stopped watching after he switched. He sounds like a whole other person now.
Yeah, sure is. And War Chief actually sent him the PDF for him to get information, to get true knowledge. And he kind of blew up and he said, I ain't going to read that book. If people want, they'll just tell me. Well, you know how long we would have to spend to tell you all this, show you the DVD, read this book to you. We just don't have that time. But you do. If that's what you do is read, we gave you, or War Chief gave you the PDF, didn't give you the book as it's in a book form, but gave you the PDF that made the book. Same information, and he didn't want to read it. He didn't want to know, but he's going to listen to this Owl guy who's giving him wrong information right off the bat, contradicts himself, doesn't know about these things because he's saying if it gets a little cold, they're going to go to the south. But then they're saying, he's saying it's not a migration thing, but if it's getting cold and you're moving, that's a migration thing. If it's getting hot and you're going to a colder climate, that's a migration cycle. So this guy's saying they don't migrate, but they leave in the winter and go to the warmer area. They show up in March and leave in October, but that's not a migration. This guy doesn't know what a migration cycle is.
Not to avoid the cold is what we're saying.
They got thick.
They're okay in the cold.
And muscles and fat and layers of that skin and hair. And if they're in there, they're not going to be the rakes. They're not going to be the skinless ones. They're going to be the thick coated ones. Weather is not a factor to these things.
Yeah.
Terrain is not a factor. They'll be in the desert. They'll be in the mountains. They'll be in the tropical. They'll be in Alaska. They'll be
in the water.
In the water. Yeah, he changes like a salesman. That's true.
17 says, seems to me the more famous these self-styled expert big game hunters, the more shoddy they treat folks whom do know the real story, sadly.
Yeah, because I don't know why they find it offensive when you try to give them information that they don't have, and you're just trying to give them the information, and they find it offensive.
Elastic says they're trying to correlate Sabe with a people.
They sure are. That's a deadly mistake. Some of our trackers sent some photos in for our tracker meeting yesterday, and some of them had to look just like humans, and some of them look just like cougars, and some of them just look like frogs, and it's a different. Some of them look like a Chewbacca, a fat Chewbacca, kind of puffied out. What we call what are those little bears?
Like a Care Bear?
Care Bears. Kind of look like a Care Bears. And the one next to it looked like a psychopathic Care Bear looking human. It was just all different configurations.
And that's because of the multiple DNA. Tracker 17.
But they are not humans. They're not people. They're not man.
Says, appears to me that way too. Elastic machinery, loads of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Tracker J says, a made-up name for made-up beliefs. Yes.
Good point.
Wishful thinking. Tracker 17 says, exactly, Shadow Tracker J. Nightstar says, hi, Mary. War Chief says, elastic machinery, what did Steve Isdall say about me? War Chief says, I must have missed it. Elastic Machinery says, War Chief, I feel like he told me you offered him the PDF and he told you he wouldn't read it. 17 says his experience in not knowing anything.
Yeah, it's not an experience either.
Elastic Machinery says a YouTube channel called Action Adventure Twins constantly show how a foxhole-looking 2-foot hole can and will open up into vast crags going thousands and thousands of feet back. Freshwater streams too. Yes.
Yep. No, this Owlman didn't know.
Those embankment blinds too. Elastic Machinery says so they wouldn't have to leave ever.
Ever, yeah.
Appalachian says, so why do you suppose this individual doesn't want to confirm what these things are? Views, content? We don't know the intentions.
No.
That's hard to say. Don't really want to guess. Just
Yeah. So many people listen to him, and he's giving the wrong information. He's giving his opinion when he don't have the correct information to give an opinion.
Mary says, love that bell. Thank you. Shadow
is a
Tracker
beautiful
Jay
bell.
gave us this bell, and it is so pretty.
But we're trying not to ring it hard because it's made of.
We don't want to break
Is it crystal or
It's
glass?
crystal or glass. I don't
or-
know.
or
It rings
very
like
well-
a crystal. It's very pretty.
It is
don't want
crystal,
anything to
full
happen.
lead crystal, 24% full lead crystal. Wow, pretty nice.
So we'll try to put it up on a shelf high when we're not doing this show. War Chief says, well, I did send Steve the PDF book of the Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path, but I've never heard him speak of the book at all. Now I haven't watched all of his videos.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've also brought it up in comments to him and said about the Bigfoot expert, and he's like, there are no Bigfoot experts. That's a bold statement. That's a bold statement.
What do you mean they can track Bigfoot? That's a bold
I would have to
statement.
hear something. I don't remember exactly.
They would have
his
to prove
words,
that to
but-
me.
Yeah, but then won't read the book.
But won't read the book to get some of the proof.
Tracker 17 says knowledge of nothing, experience in contradiction. Some expert.
Yeah, he's contradicting himself already. We just started.
Elastic says Appalachian. My personal opinion is that his brand is mystery, and we only know what he sold us. Maybe he has mind spoke with them after all. Maybe he's biased now.
Yeah, if they mind speak, their minds are infiltrated.
Tracker 17 says War Chief. He sounds incredibly arrogant to me, yet not open to discover true knowledge. War
Yeah.
Chief says thumbs up.
Yeah, he's not. He don't want to know the right information. He wants to know what he can get away with and saying maybe even some kind of superiority complex of which he would have more if he read the book, but right now he can still say, well, that don't sound right.
Throwing all those other possibilities out there, but is he going to consider what we're saying? Elastic don't even care at this point.
Yeah.
Elastic Machinery says, War Chief Tracker C, I apologize then I misspoke. I recall hearing a tracker here offered Steve the PDF and he was short with them, so I could be wrong. Dismissive, I would say, more than short. And not with,
Seriously, that
not
they
with,
don't migrate.
not with Tracker C, not with War Chief, but
No, they weren't short
us.
with him, and not really to us, but to he was
The idea of
speaking
what we're saying,
out to
yeah.
the camera, but he was speaking to
yeah.
whoever was listening to, and he knew that we may listen.
17 says Elastic Machinery, if he's mind speaking with the Predator, any knowledge he might have gained will now be falsified by the demons.
Yeah.
War Chief says, yeah, Elastic, he definitely has the PDF version of the book. And thank you for trying,
Yeah, thanks for trying to get him information.
Appalachian says, Elastic Machinery, we all know how well a mystery sells. I have a book that tells me how it's all going to end and that I will be with my Heavenly Father one day. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Elastic says, okay, War Chief, I thought you had sent it to him at Tracker 17 exactly, which would explain his offense at True Information and would show his bias if he did have mind speak experiences.
And he may have. Yeah.
Elastic says, I understand now, War. Elastic says, my bad, it's been a long day. You didn't do anything wrong.
No, you was correct. You was correct. War Chief did send him the information so that he would have knowledge, but he refused it. And then he was kind of short after that of
On further comments on the channel.
a
Yeah.
little bit later of, when War Chief was talking about being part of a tracking team that could track these things, and he said that's a bold statement, and you would have to prove that to me, basically.
I tried to.
Tried to.
Anyway, let's get back to it.
I said go hunt a big moose. Their tracks are easy to find, and they're close, and they don't jump 50 foot, and they don't climb trees, and some of
He
them
knows
don't
enough
fly
about
off.
him to be afraid of him.
Yeah.
As we think of migration, but some of them do seem to leave in October and return in March, simply because some don't like winter where they live. In human culture, we refer to that as being snowbirds. It's the same concept.
They're not human.
Them. Some just find winter in various places too harsh for their liking.
It's not too harsh for them.
As a whole, they don't do this, but enough of them do show a pattern.
As a whole, they don't all do this, but some show a pattern. So if you're raised together and you're in one group and you're all being taught how to hunt, how to hide, how to cloak, or how to go translucent, how to use the shadows, that's also a pattern.
If you're a wolf and you're raised with wolves, do you show the same patterns?
You will show the same patterns.
Do you do the same things?
One's not getting taught by a charm school teacher, and the other one's not being taught by a predator, hunt, kill, survive, set traps. All getting taught the same. How's that? Elastic Machinery, you're up to bat.
I don't think he has that
I thought he had.
ability. No.
No, I thought he did. Okay. All right, I'll take that swing. Oh. That's all I can do right now. We'll get to that later. But where were we? I'll back it up just a hair.
Liking. As a whole, they don't do this, but enough of them do show a pattern.
And so they now, and let's say Tracker J or Tracker Lorna or Tracker Shadow Tracker. I'm sorry, Shadow Tracker J or Shadow Tracker JA or Shadow Tracker 888 or 17. Have y'all seen bows? Have you seen pull downs? Have you seen bridges? I think we all have. Actually, I know we all have. All parts of the world. And that's a pattern. They all use the same techniques. One ain't going to say, try to use a whole different technique, because these techniques have been working for thousands of years. There's no reason to change something. If people know how to fish, they know what to take out there that's going to catch a fish. They know where the fish will be more in the shaded areas along the banks. If they're fishing out deep, they're going to use a big size perch with a it's a jig line or not a jig line?
Don't ask me anything about fishing.
But they got a long line, and they know how that it's going to have to go all the way to the bottom if you're going to catch a big catfish. These things have been done for thousands of years. There's no reason for them to change their patterns, change their techniques, because it works. It's been working up until 2 or 3 years until we started using or sharing the information. And then people started looking around and checking the information. We had some special forces guy listening to us, and he was with another guy, pulled over at a roadside park and said, we're going to test this theory. But it's not a theory. But to them it was. They got out of their truck, They did exactly what we said to do. They went out and they found the structures and the blinds exactly where we said it's going to be. And then they got hold of us, and then they wanted to know more and get information. What are we doing here?
I was trying to get into something.
Okay. Give us 1 second. So this Owlman is saying that some of them have a pattern. Very few have patterns, and the rest of them don't. But so that right there is wrong information. That's BS. They all use the same patterns. That's why you're gonna find those pull downs. You're gonna find those pull downs with a log laying there and you're gonna find that spike on the other side. You're gonna find spikes sticking in the ground where animals run. You're gonna find trees bent over, or small kind of limb trees bent over, and these tips are gonna be sharpened, so that when the game runs through, they run into that spike.
Oh, I think I messed it up. We're still playing.
What are you looking for?
I was trying to get into studio also.
Oh, you got all these open. I think you opened about 10 of them.
Like my mind. Next out of that. I thought I could get into that while we were on.
You can. You just got to go to YouTube and then go to studio.
Sorry about that.
Then go to settings, and then community. There.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. I was going to add someone, but
Okay. If that name pops up again, we'll.
okay.
Or we would need that name.
I'm trying to activate that one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Give us just 1 second, please.
Let me make sure I got it right. Give us 1 second.
Here's the, oh yeah, that's all it is. All lowercase.
Is that AR wire or ER?
All lowercase. ER.
Oh, all lowercase. Shit, is there a number behind it?
Not on here.
I'll try this.
Can you click on the comment and get it? Give us just 1 second. Sorry. We're trying to take care of business real quick. Is that it?
Let me look.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Electric Machinery, if you will put a comment in there, you'll see that we put you in, giving you a wrench to take care of that,
Whatever you need to.
whatever you need to. So let's go.
And, yeah, you already got it.
And War Chief is saying, yeah, Steve, read the book. Read the book, read the book, read the book. That kind of reminds me of that movie. It's where they're going to go save the world.
Which one?
It's got Ben Affleck. It's got Bruce Willis. They're in a space shuttle mission. Orange suits. Liv Tyler.
That one that they call a Christmas movie? Bruce Willis, is it?
No, they're going to save. They're going to space. It's a meteor that's coming. I can't think of the name. It's some sappy show. Anyway, this one guy's got his own telescope. He's looking up and he sees this meteor, which nobody's supposed to know about because they're only wanting to save a couple people or not let people know. And his wife comes in and he says, "Could you go get me my book?" And she goes, "Well, who do you think I am? What do I look like?" And he's going, "Can you get the book?" And she's still like going, "Well, I'm not your servant," kind of thing. And then finally he goes, "Get the book, get the book, get the book."
We can argue later.
We can argue later. Right now, it's like, read the book, read the book, read the book.
Yeah, like when you're saying camera.
Camera? Oh, yeah, that
Camera.
too.
I wasn't arguing. I just wasn't getting it right.
That was a story where it was crossing a waterway and we crossed and there was a Bigfoot sitting and we got a picture of it. Well, it was laying, watching, because they knew we were coming back through. So it was laying under some brush watching. And when we come over that wash, we stopped. I said, "Hold up, stop." And so I'm looking at it and I don't want to take my eyes off of it because if I do, it's either going to cloak or move, but it can't do anything because it sees that I'm looking right at it. And so lead tracker E was driving, and so I said, "Camera." And so she hands me the phone just like this. So I get it, and I'm going to take a picture. I'm going, and I don't want to look down to, push the button and scroll up, and if there's anything on it, then I got to go like this, and then I got to go to the camera, and then I got to go to video or camera. So I'm going, no, camera, put it on camera. So she hands it to me again, and I forgot. But it was, I think it was like this, or I think it was like this. And I said, I couldn't take a picture. And I said, no, because I'm still trying to keep my eye on so it don't move. I said, no, camera. And finally she hands it to me ready to set. So then I ease up and get it, and I take a picture of it. But it was funny. We joke about that now. Camera. But it's just something that happened. I knew that if I took my eyes off of it, something was going to happen. So, but we do have that picture. It was funny at that time too. because we laughed about it. So I said, "No camera."
He laughed later.
Laughed later, a little bit later. Elastic Machinery has an axe or a tomahawk. It looks like an axe.
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 Good old fashioned lumberjack axe.
Or a fireman's axe. Those are good too.
Yeah.
Now it starts
Put
at
out them
100%.
fires.
Says she likes your hat, Lee
Oh,
Tracker.
thank you. It's a very comfortable hat.
Mm-hmm.
It also hides gray hair when I haven't dyed recently.
Let's see. Let me make sure that. And where Jim was saying that sort of, yeah, it looks like Billy Jack's hat.
Oh, cool. I like
Uh-oh.
Billy Jack.
It's cool. Says,
Couldn't
howdy.
stand his girlfriend, but I liked Billy Jack.
Look, there's Elastic Machinery's wrench.
There we go. Good.
There we go. So you can take care of business too.
Good.
And you have, what kind of axe do you have? Or is that your weapon of choice? Armageddon. Yes, that's the name of that movie. Congrats to the wrench, Elastic Machinery. All right. Now I start saying, hey, Ward Chief, Tracker C, laugh out loud. Tracker 17 says, welcome to the team, Elastic Machinery. There you go. Ward Chief says, welcome, Elastic Machinery, to the Mod Squad, to the Slashers and Slayers. Nat Star says, looks like a party hat, look thing, blowing a thing saying, welcome, Elastic Machinery. And yes, the movie was Armageddon that he was going up there. And he said, get the book, get the book. And here we're saying, read the book. All right, Shadow Tracker J saying, yay, Elastic Machinery, congratulations. And Elastic Machinery saying, thanks everyone, I really appreciate it. All right, Elastic Machinery, you have to choose a weapon of moderation. That doesn't sound like it goes together. Something that will kill in moderation.
Yeah.
Got it. We're here slaying giants and trolls and many things that comes into the room. So I don't think moderation is a word for that. As many as you can possibly. Okay, we'll go a little further. I think. So here he's saying that they don't have a pattern, which they all use the same pattern. They all use the same techniques. They all kill. They all eat whatever they can get their hands on, whatever is available to them, whatever they and whoever they have access to. And once you read the Bigfoot Gifters book, you're going to understand it's not just about the Bigfoot Gifters that's involved in this.
The other thing about this seems to have to do with the amount of foliage for cover. In March, it's about to awaken, and in October, the leaves are going to fall quickly. I know they are more willing to draw closer to look at you with dense foliage for cover.
Yes, they will. A wolf will do that. They'll come and look underneath the foliage and lay there to watch the pastures, to watch the game trails. These Bigfoots, but they cloak so well that they could be laying in the grass, laying in the yard, laying behind that little brush, laying underneath your vehicle, behind your vehicle, side of the house. When you come out that door, all they can do is just go behind the house or blend in with that brush. So they're closer than what this guy knows. His interaction is them in the trees, them what he can kind of see in the brush. He's saying that whenever the foliage is lower, that they're not as close. But if you look and find tracks, even in the wintertime, even when there's no snow on the ground, you're still gonna find tracks at your door, on your porch, at your children's windows. They're still gonna be knocking on your windows. It doesn't matter what season, or like he's saying that they go somewhere else. But how many reports do we got? How many people do we know? Wintertime, summertime, springtime, They're at the people's door. The children are seeing them. The dogs are barking all night. This owl guy just doesn't have the information. But he's also trying to make it seem like they're not as aggressive, or they're not as stealthy, or not as cunning, or not as
Like
strategic.
they're afraid,
Like they want to stay back and don't bother people. You don't
cunning,
bother us.
but they're not afraid.
And they will come up anytime. They'll crawl on your house at this time. They'll go, if you've got a trailer house or something on stilts, they'll go underneath it, and they'll listen, and they'll follow where you're walking. There was some woman that shot through her floor. I can't remember who that was. Shot through the floor because she would hear that underneath her knocking. And she actually shot down through her floor, and she didn't know what it was, but
I wanted to do that, but I didn't do that. But
oh, that
I've,
happened
I've,
in
lot of
bed
times.
shaking and
but from underneath. They're trying to see where everybody else is, and they're also trying to get to the sewer pipes when they do that.
these things eat sewer. These things will pull the pipe apart just to get to the sewers. It's still food to them. Dogs do it, animals do it, these things do it.
And that's what I was doing for a long time, blaming poor Tug. But then when Tug wasn't even outside, it was happening. So that was my Rottweiler.
So in the months with less cover, they try to keep a lower profile.
I'm never going to get through it if you don't let it play.
I hope we don't chip this tonight. I don't know how many times this thing's went off already. But these guys just sending so much BS that it. And thank you for the bell, Shell Tracker J. We just hope we don't damage it tonight. And I hope it makes it. If this makes it through a good year of this without scars and scratches, I will be impressed.
Even where I
Same
live,
applies to us. Go ahead.
Huh? What?
Same applies to us if we get through this whole year without the scratches and.
Yeah.
Sorry.
well, let's recover. So in the months with less cover, they try to keep a lower profile.
Nope.
Even where I live, I can get them to come extremely close to me at the height of summer. But
That tells you right there that they're not right up there at him. He's not having the conversation with them. He's not.
Having tea with them.
Yeah, they're still in the woodline. They're still not coming out there to him. And you'll see that over and over and over with these people that say they have relationships with these
Or
things.
interactions, but they're still way over
Yeah,
there.
Yeah.
They're not.
They're excited if they're allowed to see it cross the road.
Or if they see a shadow
They're-
way
yeah.
out there, or
They
dark
feel
spot,
special.
they're going to call that an interaction. It's not an interaction. Interaction is coming up, shaking your hand, or patting it on the back, or drinking tea together and conversating. That's an interaction. To me, people are getting away with calling it an interaction when it's seeing
A
something.
relationship.
Or a relationship,
Yeah.
yeah. Something that's way out there.
Yeah.
And you can tell this guy said, I'm getting them to come extremely close. Okay, what's that mean?
But only if they have real good coverage.
Yeah, only if they can sneak up and try to use that as camouflage. And that's not an interaction. That's a predator trying to get closer to you.
That's not a relationship.
It's not a relationship. That's
Honey, you're dating a predator.
You're dating a predator. You're dating something that will eat you. You're letting this come closer to us.
Right?
Yeah, so if this Owlman has a wife or children,
grandchildren,
this guy's letting them come. And if they
elderly parents,
and if he does, and these things are coming,
pets.
and pets too, livestock. So they're coming. So it's not just when he's out there, if their kids are out there, or grandkids, or mother, or wife, or these things are out there watching them too. So, and that's what we talk about in the Bigfoot Gifters book. So if you can get that Bigfoot Gifters book, it's on Amazon. Need to read through that. And if you know a gifter, personally, I would buy the book and hand it to them and say, just give it a read. And if this information is wrong,
Maybe we'll
it's
plant a
not
seed.
gonna hurt you one bit.
Not one so big.
One so bit. But if this information is right, it will save your life and our life because of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Because it's not just about the gifter.
So in the months with less cover, they try to keep a lower profile. Even where I live, I can get them to come extremely close to me at the height of summer, but forget it when there is no foliage. Another thing about this viewer's story is the Sabe seem to eat the corn in the fields, but ignore the soybeans. I remember a conversation with one specific clan leader who asked if
A clan leader. He has moved up to be able to talk to the clan leader.
They can smell the unnatural soybeans.
At the most, they're going to have if they're using mind speak, which now we know he's getting mind spoken too. So now this demon has entered into his mind. But not just any demon. This guy's claiming that the clan leader, which they're not clans, they're troops, they're hunting groups. They're not people. People have clans. These things don't have that. They have hunting groups, hunting packs. Troops. So he's saying that he's getting information from the clan leader. Now, the clan is not a clan, but that's what he's claiming. So he has the wrong information, terribly wrong information. But in the Bigfoots, the little ones pay homage to the big ones, just like any animal group.
Pecking order.
Pecking order. Yeah, that's what it is. So the big ones don't come in unless they're going to eat. If they're going to eat you, then they're coming in because you're out in the woods and you've been primed already and herded into where the big one's at. And they bring food to the big ones. They push food into the big ones. They have to have that homage. They have to. If not, they get eaten. These are cannibals. So if these things aren't feeling that need, they're going to be eaten. Just like a lion will eat its little cub. Cats will eat the little ones. Pigs will eat the little ones. It's all about food. And these things are cannibals. So just because they, like a lion and eating the lion cub, it's the same thing. If that big one's hungry, it's going to eat. That big one has all these peons, all these offspring, grunts, to go collect food, to go collect information, see how many's in that house, or you're not going to get the big ugly to come in and have a conversation with you. It's only coming to eat. That's its only purpose. It's just coming to eat. It's not coming in there to play cards with you.
Like the woman that mine spoke a couple of Wednesdays ago. The big one that when she asked it if it eats human flesh. They were saying, come outside, I'm hungry.
So this guy's lying right here. So that's another bell. So he's communicating with a demon. And this is the main one who's been teaching all these other ones how to collect.
Got
how
people
to
hanging on his every word.
Yep. How to pay him homage or pay it homage.
Oh, I thought you meant Owlman was the main one.
Oh, no.
Gotcha.
So this Bigfoot that he's saying is the clan leader, which it's not. They don't have clans. They have
This is
troops
the
and
alpha.
groups. He's saying that this one is talking to him. No, it's going to be a juvenile. If they do mind speak with you, it's going to be a juvenile, and then you're going to pay that thing homage, and it's going to pay homage to another. It's not going to be the main one coming down to sit down and have coffee with you and ask you how to do 1+1 or how to bake a cake.
So how are the kids?
How are the kids? Have you been eating good?
Feeding them well?
Are you feeding them
Feel
well?
their finger.
All right, have you been eating well? Have you been gaining weight? Let me feel your fingers.
Plants in the field across from his forest were edible.
Let me back to that because I missed something.
Yeah, let's don't
High
interrupt.
summer, but forget it when there is no foliage. Another thing about this viewer's story is the Sabe seemed to eat the corn in the fields, but ignored the soybeans. I remember a conversation with one specific clan leader who asked if the plants in the field across from his forest were edible. I told him we called them soybeans, and yes.
So these things that live out there continuously are seeking advice from Owlman about, you gonna eat that?
and it's the biggest one saying,
Is that edible?
yeah, is that
These things eat sewage.
these things eat sewage? They eat pine
Rotten meat.
nuts,
They
rotten
eat
meat,
garbage.
dead animals. Anything is food to it. People used to grow gardens. We have a what do you call it, a totem
Offering bowl.
with the offering thing on the top to let the Bigfoots know your garden is ready. This is our garden. But if those things are hungry, your garden is its garden too. It's going to strip your.
Yeah, that's just to keep them away from you. It's just an appeasement.
Yeah, that's an offering to it.
Look, leave us alone. Leave our food alone if we give you this.
And that's also a form of Bigfoot gifting. Or las ofrendas de Pa Grande.
So he can mind speak enough to hear, are soybeans edible? But not enough to, he can't mind speak back with them enough to say, do you migrate? Or I guess they mind spoke and said, yeah, we're a little bit of snow bunnies, or what
We're
did you
snow
say?
bunnies.
We're a little bit of snow birds.
Snowbirds.
You would call us snowbirds.
Yeah. But for the main, the very largest and biggest, the head honcho of this hunting group, the main war hunting group that all the rest of them pay homage to, is going to say, are those soybeans edible?
How do you cook them?
Can we eat those things?
Do you?
Um,
You, great Owlman, know so much
great.
more about the woods and the vegetation
Yes.
than we do.
Yes, you are the
Supreme
gatherer of food knowledge,
soybeans.
soybean.
Although we do agree soybeans are unnatural.
Yeah. But if you're
one
growing
of two
it,
things is happening here. Either he's completely BSing, or this mind speak is just to humor him.
why would something that is supposed to be the head honcho ask if that?
Because we're vegetarians.
Because they're vegetarians and they only want the soybeans to make hamburgers.
What they want to know is, you've been eating them soybeans because we don't like the flavor of them, so we want to know if when we
You've
get
been
ready
eating
to
them.
eat you. All right, so
But if
and the clan leader's wife is lactose intolerant.
yeah, it's a clan leader's wife, and it would be very.
And then there's the
befitting.
whole peanut allergy thing.
Yeah, peanuts. So this grand war.
The Grand Poopah.
Grand Poopah is asking, are those soybeans edible? Before we go and eat.
But he's cowering in the wood line in the fall.
Yeah, he's way back because he's a big guy, and he said he's having to use mind speak and come out and from a very long distance, or he doesn't even say that he sees them. He just says he's being asked.
And did I understand correctly? So Steve read a story earlier from a farmer who was wondering about how they don't eat soybeans, and then that jogs this man's memory
Oh yeah,
to say, I remember when I had that conversation with the clan leader.
with the Grand Poobah,
Yeah, we were sharing recipes.
and he asked about the soybeans. I remember now.
I remember. Oh yeah, yeah.
Is that confirmation? Is that the confirmation he needs?
He got the validation he needed to remember that story.
the validation.
For us, they are edible. Apparently, they refuse to eat them because they never recognize them as potential food source.
If they see anyone
They held a
planting,
meeting. Now there are some
anything.
things that yeah, go ahead.
they're going to go and see what it is.
Yeah.
And they're going to harvest it. Something's going to eat it. And they will eat pine nuts, those pine cone nuts,
Pine nuts.
walnuts, everything that anything that is a food source, they will eat. They will eat grass, flowers, whatever they can get in their mouth, they're going to eat.
I don't know if they decide to exploit that or not. Is this validation through the story of this farmer's experience with his crops? Possibly.
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 Possibly he has validation for, I don't know. Go ask the clan leader.
Ask the clan leader.
Why you asking Steve's
And why are you
followers?
listening to? Why are you listening to thousands and thousands and thousands of stories intently when you saying that you have access
Well, 'cause
to
he
the
needs
man
validation.
head honcho?
Well,
You need validation from people who are writing in because they need information.
because you need ideas.
It
For
just
future
doesn't make
letters.
sense that this guy's their form of knowledge. This guy's contradicting himself, lying. He's looking for validation from someone else as far as thousands and thousands of stories, but hasn't got it yet. And he's putting his own theories in there instead of. And the only thing that this thing has said so far is, are those soybeans edible? That's what
their conversation was
That's-
about
that's
when he
what-
talked to the leader of the clan. That's what the leader wanted to know.
That's what the leader wanted to know. Came all the way down from the mountain, crossed that river, went over that hill,
He said, I
Push
know.
the deer
Wait,
out the way.
I know who's gonna know.
got the turkeys out of the way. I know who
Owlman
knows.
gonna know.
If y'all can't get that information, I'll go ask him myself. Let me go talk to the Owlman. The Owlman got the information.
Who?
Uh-oh, we're going to hoot some more. Look out. That's the only thing this thing wants to know is if this thing is
Let's
edible.
hear what's next.
Oh, my goodness.
Quick question. Is there Roundup being sprayed on
I like his added
His
Word.
Now you have mentioned
Yeah.
the rules.
and they would smell
know,
it
see-
anyway.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Oh, yeah.
smell everything.
It's a bit perplexing. I will try to explain what I know about this the best I can.
Roaches eat Roundup.
These things eat roaches. And so this guy says, I want to explain this the best I can to what I know.
From
Well,
talking to the
you're
leader.
looking for validation, and you're saying you're talking to this major beast, and this thing is not telling you the correct information. You're not asking it correct questions. And has he said yet that he's asked it something?
I don't think so.
So this thing is in control. This thing is just, he's answering this thing. This beast answers. He's answering to the beast. He's the servant. He's the subordinate. He's not saying, what are you doing here? What is your purpose for being here? Why are you around my house? What is your purpose for looking through the window? What is your purpose for
lurking in the woods, staring at us all the time.
Coming in and every night, shadows, knocks on the windows, tracks in the yard. What is your purpose around my
Smacks on the
family?
wall. Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't you do that? Like shouldn't you do that? No, okay, let me rephrase it. Yes, you should do that. If
Mhm.
anything's lurking around your property, watching your family, it's your responsibility to run it off. You know, there's nothing should be watching your children. Nothing should be trying to, nobody, not no how should be trying to look into your windows.
Not a
Building
human
blinds
predator.
outside your doors. That's predator behavior. Period. No exceptions. Predator behavior.
Watching you to know when you leave the house, when you come back, when you feed the dog, and if you smoke cigarettes, what time you generally come out to smoke a cigarette, because everybody has a pattern. What time your kids go to school, what time you go to work, what time you return, what time the mailman comes there. These things are watching to learn the habits, routines, and schedules.
Yeah.
To get that pattern for the best opportune time to take something.
Yeah.
If you're going to the store and leaving your dog outside, you come home, your dog's not there. That's because they knew you was going to work at 6 a.m. They took the dog right after that. They knew you're not coming back till the afternoon.
No different than a soldier doing recon.
Yep. Or it's what's going on now? A predator doing recon.
Some of this I have mentioned here before, so forgive me for the duplicity. Regardless of what some may think, the Sabe.
You got a whole lot of $5 words.
He got a encyclopedia right next to him. He's trying to give Steve some learning.
People group unto themselves.
When they're freedom, you talk. You don't have to pause it. I'll just smack talk.
Now you have mentioned the rules. I know this seems a bit perplexing. I will try to explain what I know about this the best I can.
Oh, I need to stop because we have some friends that just came into the room, and we'd like to say hi to them. 2 pair of people. But let me go back just a little bit. Hey, there's 3 people that we haven't seen.
Appalachian must have got kicked out because he said, "What did he miss?" No, it's more of the.
Oh no! I think he was saying, "What did he miss?" To everybody saying, "Congratulations, Lasting Machinery."
Okay.
Lasting Machinery got his wrench to help us slash and
keep the trolls out.
Keep
and
the trolls
false
out.
accounts out.
So everybody's happy about that. And 17, he loves everything.
War Chief says they work as a collective group. What one knows or sees, they all know. Yes, like demons.
Exactly.
Hive mind.
Hive mind. They all set the same traps, the same bows, pull down structures, blinds.
17 says at War Chief Tracker C, yes, I find that is very true with the Yowie Bigfoot predator in my own area. I can see them.
Yeah.
War Chief says exactly. Hey, Nathan.
This is Nathan. We ain't heard from Nathan in a while. It's good to see you again. He's got some ancient information that we like talking to him every now and then about.
War Chief says, lead horse, if you break the bell, I'll send you a metal cow.
Yeah, because I want to shake it like this. Ding, 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 ding. But I'm having to go. Because I don't want to break it. But I'll be like, you may have to send this one anyway so we can hit them both at the thing. And I go, clang, clang, clang,
use
clang,
this
clang,
if they get something right.
Yeah.
But for now, it's our BS bill.
Yeah.
Because we won't have to use it nearly so often.
Everybody's saying hello to Nathan and saying good afternoon to Nathan. Nathan.
War Chief says, oh my God.
Yeah, exactly. And then bigger one, OMG. I know.
17 says, clan leader far out. The delusion is strong with this one.
Oh, that reminds me. Give me 1 second.
Should I keep going down there?
Yeah, please.
Elastic says his voice and affectation really wears on you too. I think he's talking about Steve there. War Chief says blindly leading his flock to the slaughter. 17 says agreed, War Chief C. Unbelievable he refused to read the book you gave him, or he read it and wouldn't admit it. One or the other. Let's hope he read it and some little nugget will stay in there and he'll be safer. Hey Rita, how you doing? Everybody saying hi to Rita. Elastic says, haha, element business with that building. Appalachian says they don't like the GMO soybeans. And they can smell things that we cannot smell. Just like and even, fire ants won't eat certain things and they eat everything. Almost everything. But they don't touch the McDonald's food, and they also don't touch the seedless watermelons that we've seen. Jody says, haha, soybean flavored. 17 says, as at Elastic Machinery, agreed. Steve's voice is wearing me out too. I won't be subscribing to his channel for sure. Elastic says, almost like an alien abduction, repression of memory. Like the demon hid some real experience that he remembered when the bean conversation started. It's silly, but also dangerous still. The bottom layer of all this is like we're making a lot of jokes and things like that, but it very much is serious. Laura Alicia Carrillo says, hello, everyone. Hello there. Tracker 17 says, halito to Laura. Everybody's welcoming Laura into the room.
Yeah, I think they're from Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
No,
Good. I'm glad you know him, and I'm glad to see a family photo there because we get so suspicious of newcomers around here.
yeah, Laura and them are on the
Good to see you, Laura.
Facebook.
Nathan says, all jokes aside, woman reminds me of the harpies from Greek mythology.
Yeah. They're using a predator name.
Owlman.
Talk about how good predators are.
Owlman reminds him. Yes, exactly. War Chief says, Steve still calls himself an expert hunter, but there can't be a Bigfoot expert. Yeah, when you look up expert, it's really, honestly, it's a subjective term, and it just means somebody who knows a whole lot about something. Which I don't think that Owlman does.
I don't think he doesn't do anything except.
But he is an expert on his own life. We can agree with that.
Yeah.
He knows his own life.
And I don't even think he's an expert on soybean. I don't know.
What are we, 5 minutes in?
Maybe.
Some of this I have mentioned here before, so forgive me for the duplicity. Regardless of what some may think, the Sabe are a people group unto themselves.
We don't even have to talk. We don't even have to talk. This is for those new in the room. This is our BS bell. They're not a people.
They're not a people.
Stop
they're not
humanizing.
humans. They're not even man-like. These things are predators with the spider DNA, and through evolution, through ages, have taken the form of us. But they can't be us. And they have all the other DNAs, the animal, the bird, the fish, the serpent. They have all that other DNA in them. They're a combination of everything, but not a completion of anything. The more man and woman, the more they eat, the more that's transferred into the next offspring. To become more man-like, to become a better predator. And a best predator is one that will walk up to you.
That you don't even
know
as a predator.
This thing's intentions are, if I get close enough, I'm going to grab it and I'm going to eat it. It's like walking up to a deer.
This is why they mimic people.
That's why they learn your patterns. They learn your gestures. They know when you're calling your kids. They know
how to pretend to be you so that they can call your kids. Yeah.
They can mimic your voice. They know how to play shy, like they're scared. So they come out. So kids come out. just know it's a predator on the inside, that false face, that false body they outline, because they've taken that to become a better predator with hands, feet, grabbing things. But on the inside, it's just thinking about eating, consuming flesh, drinking the blood of that victim. And it'll hold that victim while that victim is screaming, to learn that scream, that call for help, that calls men or calls women or calls children out to the forest to come and help them. If you ever watched the movie, that young girl that played on Star Wars, princess. She was a young princess. But this movie, they were going between a veil. She was a female military group, because the men didn't come back, so they thought they'd send women, and they went between that veil. And one of the women got taken, and they're inside this building later, and they hear that voice, and this other one runs out and says, "That's so and so." So they run out, and you hear the gunfire, and then you hear that woman scream. And then this beast walks in. It's on all fours. It walks in, and it's opened its mouth and said, "Help, so and so, help!" And it doesn't see them move, so he stands still. But it's going around that whole room, still saying, "Help, help me, help me." It's the same thing, and that movie tells a lot, but they don't put it into a Bigfoot scenario. They put it into a like a dog-like beast, but it's the same thing. And this owl guy, is going to get people killed, because they're going to think that this stuff is legitimate, because this is where they get knowledge, from that channel and from that owl guy who doesn't have the correct knowledge. This is a spider in the form of a man. So when these things come in, if you know anything about spiders, they love blood, and they will inject a poison to soften, and they love that soft tissue, and that's the first thing these things go for. Annihilation. Thank you, Nathan. That, if you watch that movie, you're going to see that mimic to call another one out, and you'll see that person runs out there. And man, you guys are just all on this tonight. You know, we just mentioned a few things about anything, and y'all have the answers. I love this group. Mm-hmm. Let's catch up a little bit. And this is where he calls himself an expert hunter, a big game expert hunter. You know how big the hooves are, the footprints are of a big game hunter. It's not that hard to track something that's got a footprint that big or like this. It's not that hard. But a Bigfoot, they will jump, they will climb a tree, they will sprout wing. I mean, the ones that have wings will just fly off. You got to know these things, or they'll go underground. They'll go through their trap doors. And yeah, people's group. He calls it a people group. This guy, and like Tracker was saying, it gets worse. This guy's now he's going from no information to now saying that they're human, to talking or mind speaking with one question from the clan, supposedly the head honcho. He's got all the information, but he's still looking at this guy Steve's channel, who Steve doesn't have the information because he doesn't want the information. War Chief has already sent him the PDF. It's in his file if he just reads it, but he can't do that. Elastic Machine says it really does get worse and worse. It sure does. This guy just. And what she's saying, this is Steve saying, take from it what you will, leave the rest. But even with this, you can't take anything with it.
If you know they're dangerous, you have the obligation to say that they're dangerous.
And these things
Not
are,
take it or leave it. Take from it what you will. Stand your ground.
yeah.
Get on something and stand your ground. And he knows full well how dangerous these things are. This is one on a. Am I too close? There we go. That is one of the most dangerous predator Bigfoots because it looks the most man-like. Hung a hoodie on its head and is sitting up on someone's porch.
This is a neighbor's porch, not too far, maybe a mile from us.
And it's a still shot off of a video.
The only reason that photo has shown up is because we had tracked that land and they had seen that we're using night vision thermals. We talked to them about things that they could get. They bought a ring cam, and it wasn't just about 2 nights later. They got that picture of this thing sitting on its front porch, looking through a little crack in their curtain.
Here's another one of it with that poor little dog that wants absolutely nothing to do with it. The dog ended up dying.
The dog is dead now.
You know, and its eyes change, and you can see it moving around, and
it's not
but
moving.
that poor little dog never did act right once these things were bleeding it and sucking its energy. And
it was the laziest puppy.
How puppies are
jumping around
rambunctious
and flappy ears and tongue out.
And they love them little dogs. One more photo. They love those little dogs. There's 2 predators in here with a little dog that looks very similar to that one because they can use them to lure in people.
Lure in kids.
They've got something about the little dogs that we've got 3 different photos of them with similar looking dogs that are white and black, but a lot of their camouflage like that too. So It's easier to hide in multicolors of light and dark, to hide in light and dark if you're modeled like that. It's good camouflage. Okay.
Yeah, Steve needs to pick a side and say these things are dangerous.
Stick with it. And he knows full well they're dangerous. He works.
And he's scared of these things.
Yeah.
Like Shooter, big game hunter, hope he can hunt better than he can mind speak with the so-called clan leader.
Well, he's now the host. This guy talking is the big game hunter. Owlman is who knows that watches his channel and collects ideas.
Owlman's a soybean grower, I think. I don't know what he's doing.
And he's the one that mind speaks. Nathan says there's a movie called Mimic about giant bugs that look like people. Yeah, I watched that years and years ago. I didn't need to go back and watch it again.
Yeah.
Tracker17 says they'll be leaving 99% of what he says.
Yeah.
War Chief is thumbs up. Nathan says Arrival. Was that a name of a movie?
Yeah, but it was actually this one.
Annihilation. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
I think you might have.
Have I?
Yeah, probably. But if not, we'll look at it again.
Well, that's what you do. You remember things.
I remember things.
Elastic says the better predator is one that can put a hoodie on its head. A small group of alligators have learned to poke their front arms out of the water like a drowning victim, and it sometimes still works. Wow.
Yeah, and alligators will also grab someone's fishing pole and pull it out into the water and lay right next to it. So you got to walk out into the water to get it. But yeah.
Speaking of which, here's one that has alligator features because they have mixed DNA. This one was standing upright, about 6 foot tall.
Alligator looking face.
They're patchworking together.
Yeah.
DNA from different creatures.
Lassie Bashiner says, yeah, Annihilation with the bear scene. That was the only reason I watched the movie. Exactly. It was a bear. That's right. Or looking like a bear that was coming through, and it learned the voice of the victim before it ate it. It learned to scream and to say, help me, because that woman was calling to the other troops. So it learned that before it ate it, mimicked that, and used that mimic and it pulled another girl out who thought it was her, ran out there to help her and got eaten, and then came into the building where everybody else was at and was mimicking that voice and was looking for another prey.
That's why we recommend you don't yell for your children outside. Teach them to come to you by ways other than this, because now the predator Bigfoots also do that gesture.
Yeah.
We say if you need to begin with, your child shouldn't be so far away from you that you're yelling, and they shouldn't be outside by themselves.
Never,
but if you
ever.
do need to call them to you, raise your arms and turn your left side towards them, and they'll know come to you. And
Yeah,
if
learn that. That
if
means come here.
Yeah, and if a predator Bigfoot mimics that, you've got a clear shot of a good place to hit them.
Yeah.
Elastic says, poor pups, I think of my dog and get sick thinking of him shaking from fear in the hands of one of these things. Yeah.
And we talked about that too, that a poodle and a wolf, because the poodle is not going to be fighting a wolf. It's going to turn over on its back and look timid. But that wolf is going to walk up and that belly exposed. It's just going to grab that belly and rip it apart. It's not there to, play paw with it, whatever.
And speaking of that, when people have observed them from a distance, what looks like they're playing, you're talking about the predator Bigfoots here, looks like they're playing with their spawn. They're teaching them, just like a mother cat does, how to fight, how to be hunters and how to fight.
Orchie says, "Yeah, I don't whistle in the forest, and don't whistle."
Yeah,
in the forest.
that's one of the illustrations in the children's book we're going to put out.
Yeah, we don't do that. And I forgot who it was we talked to. Basically, just saying where dinner's at. I think that's one of our trackers in the tracker meetings.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying, "Hey, dinner's over here."
Tracker 17 says, "Food calling to the dinner." Yep.
Yeah, food
or to
calling.
the diner. I mean.
Yeah.
To the diner.
We'll go further.
Okay, we're back. Elastic Machinery says, I've had more demonic experiences. In fact, Jerry and Ella had me on not too long ago speaking about my friend who became fully possessed right beside me and I froze. Spoke of a few dreams too.
Remember that. Yeah, and it will happen.
How he was constantly trying to gift me things. Yes.
Yeah.
They're trying to make that connection.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's listen to Owlman. Uh-oh. Our TV, we had a glitch with the Wi-Fi, I guess. Oh no, where were we?
Let's just take a second.
Oh,
it
good,
should
it's
load
picking
back.
right back up.
Yeah. It should.
Now you have mentioned the rules. I know this seems a bit perplexing. I will try to explain what I know about this the best I can. Some of this I have mentioned here before, so forgive me.
Go ahead.
Is there Roundup being sprayed on those things?
Oh.
Now you have mentioned the rules. I know this seems a bit perplexing. I will try to explain what I know about this the best I can. Some of this I have mentioned here before, so forgive me for the duplicity. Regardless of what some may think, the Sabe are a people group unto themselves. They have language. And when you have language, you have culture. And where you have culture, you have a belief system.
These things don't have a language. They mimic languages. They mimic what people say. If they're going to call your kid, they're going to learn the way you say Sammy or Barbie or whatever. They're going to learn that. That's not, they like dogmen, they can mimic 2 or 3 words, but they're not going to have a full conversation like what we're having right now.
parrot can do that. A crow can do that.
Yeah. They're not going to be talking how to bake a cake with all the ingredients.
And understand, because you could say, I am tying my shoe as you stir up a cake. Or you could be saying,
Yep.
throw in some poison while you do this, and they're not going to understand what it is that you're saying.
They're going to be saying, yeah, make that cake.
Yeah.
They're not, if you say, hand me the salt over there, I need to add salt to this. They're going to say, yeah, let's eat. Let's eat. They understand mimics and gestures, but they don't have a language. They can't have a conversation like this. Now, a demon will get in there. If a demon's in there, it's going to say a phrase or a word. I mean, something that's going to communicate with you in the mind because you gave it access, or they have given it access. But a Bigfoot, if you ever hear their words, they're going to say, like, here, kitty, kitty, or my friend, or friend good. That means friend tastes good. That don't mean you're a good guy. I like you. I'm going to leave you off limits. It means you taste good, friend good. So you're going to hear those mimic the words like here, puppy, or puppy. You're going to hear those words.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, we've heard those words. But they're not going to have a conversation like what we're having. So it's not a language. They have a mimic. They will mimic your language. They don't have a culture. They're not a people. But this owl dude is trying to put the human to make, and he already said that they're people. But he's saying that they're people, but now he's trying to give you a reason why they're people. And he's going to, let's listen a little bit more.
This is what makes them human by our own definition.
By Owlman's definition. The rest of us know these things are not humans. They're not man. These things are predators. These things will eat, and they have eaten man. Man don't eat man. People don't eat people. But there are cannibalistic people with predatory DNA.
And demons.
And demons. But people don't eat people. But these things do. And it doesn't matter to them, man, woman, child. It doesn't matter to them. They're going to eat anything and everything.
I'm sorry to say this, but for our own standards, this makes them human.
No, they don't make them human. Even if they did have that, it still doesn't make them human. It just means that they can communicate to us in a language that we understand. But demons communicate and help them communicate. They think they're communicating with the Bigfoot, but that's a demon communicating with them. The Bigfoot will only use those short phrases. It doesn't have a language. It doesn't speak like us. It'll mimic things, and it knows what things work. Thousands of years of listening to people, but it doesn't have what we have.
I'm trying to find the live stream, or no, actually, I think it was a video. Never mind, I may be able to find it.
Okay.
On our breakdown of Ron Moorhead's Sierra Sounds and why that is. And if one of you find it first, if one of the moderators finds it first, put that in the chat, please. And if I find it, I'll put it in there. Go ahead.
It's under videos called A Different Look or A Different View of the Sierra Sounds.
Okay.
Okay.
When you have language as we use language,
See, he's putting them as human already, and he's already called them a people. So he's saying, well, when you have language, which they don't, he says they're a people. There was a DNA study with Melba Ketchum, and there was another, well, I think he calls himself an expert or Bigfoot expert. His name is Hughes, Troy Hughes. And after hearing
He
all
says
this,
Jerry haunts him.
yeah, he says I haunt him, and I didn't know that, We were talking to
That
another
sounds like
person.
a crush to me, big.
Kind of does. I don't know. But we were talking to a person who was told us that she was used as bait and by him. And when she mentioned my name, she said, he haunts me because I tell the truth and that I let people know these things are predators. But he used her as bait to get, interactions as far as these things coming in. But in that Melba Ketchum DNA study, if you listen to just the first part, if you just listen to what she says about the study, that's the correct information.
Not her
Not
analysis.
Her, yeah, analysis of it, her theory, her what she's coming to, or
her conclusion.
leaning forward or towards. But Troy was in that same meeting. He heard all the DNA of it's not a human, has bits and pieces. It came through the evolution and changed and turned. It doesn't have the right human sequence. It doesn't have the sequence of humans. It doesn't fall into percentage of that sequence. She said it's more like a man or monkey, pig, bear kind of thing, which is more correct. But after hearing all that information, Troy Hughes stands up and says, well, if it walks like a duck and acts like a duck, it's a duck. And no, just because it's taken the form to become a better predator to look like us, taking that face to get closer to us so that children or people trust it, doesn't mean it's us. It may look like us.
There'll be no identity politics in Squatch world.
No. So this guy's saying the same thing. Well, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck or quacks like a duck and ruffles its feathers, it's a duck. No, it's not.
Au contraire.
Au contraire, mon frère. But this guy is trying to make it into a human. And this is the knowledge that, or it's not knowledge, sorry. This is this guy's opinion.
The disinformation, misinformation.
Giving it to a channel that's got, what, hundreds of thousands of viewers?
Yeah.
Oh, this one
has 44,000 views.
So 44,000 people has heard this garbage.
And a good portion of those are going out and telling other people.
It's human. It walks like a duck and talks like a duck. So, and the Owlman who has the knowledge, and that Steve
He calls himself the Owlman.
The Owlman, and Steve trusts this guy, and Steve is promoting this crap.
Gets excited when he calls in.
He says, "Oh my goodness, Owlman, he has a lot of knowledge." No, he don't. So 44,000 people have heard that garbage and will try to go and be like what. That's why we had to get this book out, so that people learn the right way. That these things are predators. These things are luring people. These things, they'll accept it because of a different reason, not because it wants to be friendly, not to want to know if you have a soybean recipe they can eat. These things are there to eat people, and they will use every tactic they can to get to you or to these people, these Bigfoot gifters. But they don't even have to be gifters. These things are at everyone's house, every city, every town. And since 2020, they've moved in, and it's like somebody just dropped off a whole bunch of them everywhere. And they are everywhere. You don't have to go to any Pacific Northwest. You don't have to go to, I mean, they're there. They're here. They're really everywhere.
Going to end up with cultural norms and mores. Then you will have a belief system to go with that.
These things are not human. These things are not man. These things are predators. It's a spider in a human-looking form to become a better predator to eat people. And both of these people need to read that book. Both of these people need to watch the documentary. They need to also get the Bigfoot Gifters book. These people they're sharing the wrong information, and they're going to get a lot of people
They've
hurt.
already,
And I'm sure they've already got
there's
people
already
hurt.
been people following this bad advice.
The Sabe are flesh and blood. They bleed, eat, drink, and make babies. They're not spirits. So
They don't make babies. They produce offspring.
They do bleed, eat, and drink.
They do bleed, eat, and drink, but they produce offspring. They don't make children. They make predators. They make offspring predators. A small predator Bigfoot is just as dangerous as a big one. The smaller ones still have claws, sharp teeth that will rip any man apart. And if you've got a group of them, you know, a group of baboons, a group of chimpanzees will still rip one man apart, or one family, or one hunting group apart. They're still going to eat. Even and Jim from Life's Adventures had this same experience. Even if one of theirs gets killed during the attack, or even if you run out of ammunition and 6 of them get killed and there's still 3 left, they're still going to eat the people, and they're going to eat the Bigfoots that are dead. So they're all going to keep coming in.
Bloodlust, just like chickens will get, even. They'll eat each other.
They're going to carry off the bodies. They're going to enjoy every bit of it. They're going to eat everything. The little ones are just as dangerous. If you have a whole pack of little ones that are hungry, they're going to eat.
I don't think they're demons. Demons do not have flesh. Demons are what is biblically known as unclean spirits.
So's an owl.
Yeah, so's an owl. It's an unclean spirit.
It's a Lilith. Owlman.
Owlman, which means you, Owlman. But demons
But
can't
it's not
invade
biblical.
anything that it's allowed to. It can take over the Bigfoot body.
What?
And the Bigfoot body's going to eat.
And if you're a predator, would you want the, well,
Biggest
not
and
to mention
strongest.
that they have the fallen angel DNA, but
And the bloodlust.
the unclean spirits and demons all around, they're going to want the best predators, you know.
They don't want the one that's going to be eaten and tracked down. They want the one that's going to go eat.
Duh.
And they're going to get in those Bigfoot bodies. And they're going to mimic and mind speak with those Bigfoots. People are thinking that's a Bigfoot. No, that's a demon inside that Bigfoot.
Yeah, they're in the bloodline, and they're also infecting and infesting.
Christians.
Never alone.
Never alone, just like demons. Legions come in when people give access or assent. Same thing with the demon Bigfoot. These things they're never alone. If you see one, there's others around. And if you follow that one harmless looking Bigfoot to try to get a picture of it, you just walked into a trap and got surrounded. Because this thing is leading you into a trap.
Demons do not have flesh. Demons are what is biblically known as unclean spirits. Too many Christians have a Western medieval biblical worldview of the spirit world. I could go into greater detail on this, but I'll let my detractors fight amongst themselves after hearing this instead of expounding on it. The institutionalized Western church is afraid to address the spirit world in any meaningful way to make a difference in it. Excuse me. Because the Sabe are flesh and blood, they need a functioning society, so they must abide by some form.
So they must abide by some
of
form.
law.
They are under spiritual law because they are demons. All of the fallen angel bloodlines. The spider mixed in, and the spider through history, when a fallen angel died or passed, or that Nephilim had died, these spiders ate from them too. When a Bigfoot dies, they eat from them too. When a person dies, they eat from them too. When an animal dies.
On page 184, demons are disembodied predator spirits continually searching for a host body. Every man, woman, child, serpent, animal, bird, fish, tree, water, and spirit are under spiritual law and subject to the Most High God. The predator Bigfoots are also under spiritual laws that do not allow them to harm, kill, or take a child of God without permission or access being granted. Everything is spiritual and under spiritual laws. Enoch shared information about the translucent predators, giants, and principalities of the Council of Demons. See threshold, but we'll stop there. But it goes on for several pages.
Everything is under spiritual law. These predators, and that's why they respond to rebuking. These things, they know they can't touch a child of God. They can touch the family, they can touch the neighbors, they can of that, but they can't touch the child of God. Now, if everyone's a child of God, they can't touch anybody, and they have to eat each other. But if you have lukewarm people, the people who don't know God, who don't follow Jesus, they can touch those. They can trap those. They can run them into something that'll wound them or kill them. Yeah, they can use them too. Or demons will use that body to trap another. Or demons will use that lukewarm person to tell another one to go.
Sure.
To go and meet this. If you want good, like that one guy, he said, if you want to go get interaction, go to this certain spot at 12 o'clock. That person went there, came home with demons. And they all communicate with each other.
As close as we are to dogs, which to me are the most emotional, that's why they're called man's best friend. As close as we are with them, we recognize their body language, but we don't mind speak with them.
Yeah.
The only things you should be mind speaking with, and mind speaking is, if you're initiating it, if you're doing it, that's prayer.
Yeah.
So that should be between God, the Creator, Jesus, Yeshua, or not at all. If something is mind speaking with you, you've got a problem.
You're communicating with a demon.
Spirit world in any meaningful way to make a difference in it. Excuse me. Because the Sabe are flesh and blood, they need a functioning society, so they must abide by some form of law. The Sabe have rules they make to live by, and they seem to have rules that are of higher nature given by who they call the great creator. The rules they make seem to be self-governing, and they fall into two categories.
Now, this guy got all this information from, are those soybeans edible? They'll say this information that's coming up is, and he goes, and also that it seems to be this way. Seems to be this way. He's not saying this is the way. This is their governing. This is this. This is that. He's saying all this, it seems to be. From his experience of them being out, far out in the trees.
In a bushy woodline.
In a bushy woodline that they sneak up every now and then, or they're dark shadows at night, or
through mind speak,
or through that one mind speak. With the biggest, most powerful one wanted to come and talk to him
about soybeans.
None of this adds up. None of this makes sense. And this is the information that is being served to people.
And they're eating it up because the people are telling him he's an expert.
Yep. And this guy's telling, oh my goodness. They're getting a lot of people in trouble out there. And it's nothing to them. They're not going to these people's homes and helping them get rid of these things. Once they say, go ahead and do it, they're actually encouraging and saying, they're reasonable people. They're people that you can trust, that you can, you just got to be nice to them. You don't bother them. They won't bother you.
Your intentions are good.
Your intentions are good. Read the Bigfoot Gifters book.
On good intentions.
Read that. Learn the truth.
1. Clan specific. These are rules made by a clan leader. Picture a clan as a community of individuals of nuclear and extended families. Clans vary in size and territory.
He's trying to use like a native way.
American.
Yeah. This guy may be native, but he doesn't have the correct teachings.
He's not, yeah.
And a lot of tribes, and I don't want to say it's in a bad way, but a lot of tribes in the north, and a lot of tribes, period, don't have the information they need on this predator. They're going by stories or things they were taught in the past.
Things they were taught in
The residential schools, yeah. And
when their language was stolen,
yeah,
wiped from them,
and all the
knocked out of
brainwashing that went on.
yeah.
Um,
So a lot of them don't even have.
and they've passed on that information of be a good gifter, and these things will let you walk through the forest, or ask permission to go into the forest before you go there. Have good intentions before you go there. No, these things are predators, and they're waiting for you.
The Bible doesn't tell us that.
Mm-mm.
The Bible does not tell man. Go back and read Genesis. God does not tell man to beg for permission to go into the woods, or to work the land, or to grow things, or to harvest.
Pay homage to a beast.
He
Or
tells us to respect it, take care of it, be good stewards
the
of it.
land.
He doesn't tell us to go mind speak with something and ask for permission. He went God, man, animal.
And man has the authority over those. He named them. It didn't. The animals, the Bigfoots, no, that didn't.
They didn't name man.
They didn't name man. It's not that way.
Based on the size of the habitat they live in. You can have large clans that cover an extensive area and smaller clans that cover an extensive area based on available natural resources.
These things are everywhere. And a bigger clan, or bigger group, or a troop, or a hunting group, the more powerful they are, will take over a smaller one. They'll eat the smaller ones. The other ones will move out and vacate rather than being eaten. They'll go find another place.
But if they have a good gig somewhere, they'll stay.
Yeah, they'll
If there's
stay
food
there.
in the pantry, you're going to keep bringing them food.
Yeah.
Keep putting your slop out in the woods.
You still got gifters coming out.
Too unobservant to notice them. You're still handy.
And when they're hungry and these gifters walk out there, they don't come back. They're not people. They're not us.
Clan rules vary from clan to clan, and they may or may not be the same. For example, one clan may allow interaction with humans.
We're not going to get through it if we don't just let him talk. Let him talk a paragraph and then we'll respond.
Because he's saying this is the way it is, and he goes may or may not be this way, because some are different. But he just said this is the way the hierarchy is. This is the way that it is. But then he says, but it may or not be.
So can some eat soybeans, but others can't?
This guy's
some know about
contradicting
soybeans,
himself
but others
so
don't.
bad. And this is the information that's going out to everybody. We're going to try to get through this.
That they live in. You can have large clans that cover an extensive area and smaller clans that cover an extensive area based on available natural resources.
But
Clan rules vary from clan to clan, and they may or may not be the same. For example, one clan may allow interaction with humans if the humans have been considered trustworthy. Another may flat out forbid it no matter what. I have discovered these two clan rules to be pretty much the norm, and humans saw the interaction.
Pretty much. He's discovered.
he's saying, so some will show themselves and some won't. But if you're a gifter, they're going to show themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to do. If you give a cent.
If you give a cent, they're coming in. They're bringing everybody. They're going to be climbing on your house.
And understand that they can feed on energy too. They don't have to just eat you.
And when you get them set,
Demons and demonic entities.
you're going to see these things in your
Energy, they drain
dreams too.
energy. Yeah, in your dreams, in your low energy, in your fatigue, and illnesses, headaches,
Even dreaming is an open threshold. You can't dream
depression, despair,
either. Yeah. Worry, doubt,
anxiety. All
fear.
these things run with demons and run together.
Yeah.
It may have many layers to it involving what one can or cannot do. I have a relationship with two distinct clans.
A
Had
relationship.
a relationship. He had,
Did he say had?
he said
A
had,
relationship, with those ones way off there in the woods.
that he never seen, no photos.
We have a relationship with the people across the street. I've seen them check their mail.
Yeah. We don't talk to them.
Yeah.
They didn't bring us a pie when we first moved in. So we don't have a relationship.
But they share recipes.
Yeah, they have, and they haven't asked us about the soybeans either. But these people, these Owlman and Steve people, this is the wrong information to be sending out to people. We shouldn't even be reading that on that channel. Read it in private and then read it out loud.
Well, but I mean, he says a million things and then he says, but I don't know. What do you think?
And that's his loophole.
That's a loophole. That's exactly it. That's not standing your ground.
No.
He knows full well how dangerous they are. No respect.
And one isolated family group. The isolated family group is the most forthcoming group when it comes to communicating via mind speak and the dissemination of knowledge. They're also the
So these things gave him knowledge, but he's still looking for validation. He hasn't.
Yeah.
If you got
If you're talking directly to the source, to the leader of the clan,
about them,
why you need to ask people who are still wondering and guessing.
why are you looking at them who are going, you're the owl man, you should know.
You're the expert.
You're the expert. You talk to them all the time. How come you don't
You
have
have
the answers?
relationships with them.
Relationships.
Meaning you've opened up your mind and let it get invaded.
So you're
And it won't be long before you don't know your thoughts, Owlman, from their thoughts, and you'll be part of that hive mind.
I'm just waiting for him to say, but what do I know? Just like this other guy Steve will say.
and one isolated family group. The isolated family group is the most forthcoming group when it comes to communicating via mind speak and the dissemination of knowledge. They're also the ones who seem to not have any problem asking questions about our people.
They have been around. Maybe the first, we say this all the time, that may be the first Bigfoot
Maybe.
you've seen.
Yeah.
But you're not the first person they've seen.
These things have been here for thousands of years with man, hunting man, eating man, learning how to become more like man to eat more man. It doesn't want to be your.
Wants to be man.
It doesn't want to be the left guard of your football team. They don't want to play third base. It
Didn't
wants
wanna-
to eat you.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to play soccer and kick the ball around. It will use that ball to lure kids in to eat them. This
Group when it comes to communicating via mind speak and the dissemination of knowledge. They're also the ones who seem to not have any problem asking questions about our people.
now, what kind of questions do you think this thing is going to want to know?
Soybeans.
Soybeans. He wants to know about soybeans.
Soybeans and whether that milk is lactose free.
Yeah. What would a predator want to know? Does it want to know?
Where the women and the children at?
Yeah. Where's those little, those little things that run around and taste so good because they're tender? Where's those
Yeah, where are them little people nuggets?
people nuggets? Where's those people nuggets at? Where are they at?
Chili nuggets.
Where's your wife at? Where's that other one that kind of looks like you, but
And you get distracted when you go to that building.
yeah.
You're not looking when you're here.
The one I look at through the window. Where's that one at?
Yeah.
Where's that little dog at? Where's that little thing that barks a lot? Where's that at? I want to. You got any more of those? I know you're missing this one.
Yeah.
I ate that one. You got another one?
And believe it or not, they are very curious about how we live, and despite observing us from a distance, they have things they do
From
not
a distance.
understand.
From a distance.
He said a
He
relationship.
said he had a relationship.
And he said these things are
Observing
giving him
from a
knowledge.
distance. And this is why they got a blind in front of your front exit, your back exit, a blind that faces your children's window, a blind that faces your bathroom, a blind that faces your car where you park, your well house, your mailbox, your school bus stop.
And he said that these.
So they don't have to observe from a distance, so they can be right up there close on it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying that these things are saying, this owl guy is saying these things are a wealth of knowledge, that these things are given knowledge, but he's only saying these things are asking questions. That's not giving you knowledge. That's saying, slave, answer me this. I want to know this. Slave, subordinate, subject. Tell me what I want to know. It's not saying this is how you do this. This is why we do this. Because he's already given assumptions of the things that some do, some don't. And that's not correct information, saying some do, some don't. That's false information, and half a lie is still a lie.
Yeah, and that's the devil's biggest thing is half a lie. That's a politician's biggest thing. You're like half truth, partial truth.
And he's saying these things are giving him knowledge, but he's only saying to the world, this thing is asking this question, this thing is asking this question, it wants to know this. It's not giving knowledge, and he hasn't said anything that this thing has given him knowledge about. You know?
Not yet.
Or at least not yet. I didn't watch the whole thing. I said, I got to take a nap because I was working hard and was trying to go over this.
He watched less than this into it, and then he's like, I got it. I said, you're going to be listening and hollering.
And she played some more, and I was in the room going, what?
What did he just say?
What did he just say? That, oh my, no.
So he ended up falling asleep.
Yeah. Let's take a few, let's catch up a little bit here. Oh, we got some more people in the room. Good.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
1-7 says experiences with demons is a bad trip for sure.
Sure is.
Elastic says after the show he has a question for 1-7.
Oh, okay.
1-7 says this Steve is wearing me out.
That's two. Oh my God.
Tracker 1-7 says okay. How you
D
doing,
Spence
D?
is here again. How you doing, D?
Good evening. I hope everyone is well. Hope you're well too, D.
Hope you're well too, D. Everybody's saying hello to you also.
War Chief says, let's remember Steve is reading what Owlman wrote to him in an email, right?
Yeah.
Lorna says, hi, D Spence. But also remember that he gets excited when, you can tell he gets excited when Owlman writes in.
He's like, oh, he's a wealth of
May not
knowledge.
be necessarily that he personally gets excited, but maybe Owlman gets lots of views and comments.
Yeah, and he's
A lot of
saying,
reactions.
Owlman is knowledge bringing to the table, which he hasn't given any yet.
That we've heard.
No.
Shadow Tracker J says, blessings, D. Tracker 1-7.
War Chief.
War Chief says, but Steve shouldn't be taking it to heart. Right.
Yeah.
Shadow Tracker J says, blessings, D.
Everybody's saying
1-7 says, Halito, D. War Chief says, Halito, D. D says Bigfoot is evil, plain and simple. I know, doesn't that just keep it so simple?
It
You know,
is.
you won't go away from our channel confused.
No.
War Chief says, listen, something with spider DNA cannot be 100% human. Exactly.
Sure can't be. Makes it a
1-7
predator.
says 44,000 people listening to this nonsense, far out.
Yeah, and taking it as truth when he's contradicting and flip flopping.
1-7 says it's funny this Steve can't quite figure out this basic truth, War Chief,
Yeah, it's almost.
or doesn't want to stand on it.
Yeah.
D, thank you very much. We sure
Oh.
appreciate that.
Thank you, D. Wow. Yeah, we do. Oh, it goes. It helps out so much.
1-7 says thank you, D.
And Lorna
Tracker
says,
Lorna.
"Thank you, D."
Yeah. D
And-
says, I just finished reading your book. It was very insightful and terrifying. Thank you, D.
Yeah.
If you would, be sure you leave a review also.
Yeah, that helps other people
It does.
look at that and
And the more reviews we get, the more Amazon will push our book and get it out there.
if you get a chance, this is also the link to the breakdown of the Sierra Sounds. There's a linguistic guy
Expert.
from
The little leprechaun.
he's got a soccer rugby shirt on. You know
He
he
looks
don't
like a
play.
little leprechaun.
Not unless it's in the 40-pound and under group of rugby.
But watch that when you get a chance.
I don't understand what we're talking about.
Yeah. 1-7 says, thank you, LTE. I couldn't find it. You're welcome. War Chief says, that's why I've tried to get Steve to read the book. Lead Horse Choctaw and Lead Tracker E wrote. Then we appreciate it. I wouldn't even bother anymore. But thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yeah,
1-7 says, we can't fix stupid, it appears, War Chief.
can't fix it.
War Chief says, thumbs up. Nathan says, animal souls.
Yeah,
1-7 says, unclean spirits need the Bigfoot bodies to influence, infect, and destroy any life they come into contact with.
yeah.
Yeah, they'll use whatever they can. War Chief says, no eyes to see or ears to hear. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, and 1-7 agrees. Says exactly,
Uh-huh.
Lord Chief.
Nathan says, no divinity. That's right. They do not have the fingerprint of God.
Exactly, they don't.
War Chief says, no soul.
Mm-hmm.
Tracker 1-7 says, none whatsoever, Nathan. War Chief says, Predator Bigfoot have no soul is what I meant. We knew what you meant.
Mm-hmm.
1-7 says, expert has been and a drip under pressure. Yep, he sounds like one of those.
Mm-hmm.
1-7 said, and he may be going on information he's been given from those around him, but he's also just gleaning from the letters coming in to Steve, and
He's trying to mix them all together and mold.
some of it's mind speak, and you can't trust that.
There was one guy on Facebook who was taking everybody's screenshots. I mean, he was taking screenshots from everybody else's Facebook photos and was trying to mold it, but he was trying to mold it into a man. And he started putting those photos out there and saying, see, it's more like a man. And we said, where did you get this information? He goes, well, I took it from that one, I took it from this one, I took it from this, and I put it all together, and this is what I came up with. But it has no information whatsoever. He was just trying to mold it to look more like a man and taking all the ones.
Oh, there's a female that does that too, a lot, and she.
Yeah, I know. She don't like
Yeah,
me.
I don't want to say her name. Yeah, I don't think she cares much for me either. But they're all very sweet looking. And when I stood ground one time about, no, these are predators. They're, because she actually asked, so how would you change this, to the whole group? And I was like, well, and she says something along the lines of, yes, I know, but those don't get as much approval, or people don't respond to those as well. They want to humanize them, just like cartoon characters. They want it. That's why they give them the big eyes and this and that. They want to make them more appealing.
And they got
looking.
cartoons out there like Son of Bigfoot, and I've seen that.
Oh.
Like, what are these people doing? They're just
Training children to get
Oh, there's one. Let me go play with it.
Yeah.
And these things will eat that kid that comes
Yeah.
out there.
5x5 War Chief says Tracker 17.
Mm-hmm.
17 says it's hard to listen to any part of his phrasing. Lead Tracker E far out. So many contradictions.
It is.
17 says dissemination of propaganda all for the benefit of the predators. It really is.
Yeah, it is.
War Chief says the Owlman quite possibly will become predator Bigfoot fodder. Absolutely.
Yeah. As soon as possible, he'll be. Where's the beef?
But right now he's handier for spreading false information about them.
Yeah, and gifting.
Yeah. Where's the beef?
Group when it comes to communicating via minds.
17 says, I think so too. War Chief Tracker C, it's sad but entirely preventable if they read the book. War Chief says exactly, but Steve has a closed mind for true knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Tracker J says Owlman uses double speak. That exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Tracker 17 says, yeah, I couldn't listen all to this Steve talk. It would have me snoring in minutes, LOL. Nathan says, have y'all seen The Island of Dr. Monroe? No, have heard of it, and I think it was redone too, but one of these days I'm going to watch it. 17 says, mixing garbage with rubbish is still garbage.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
And the dissemination of knowledge. They're also the ones who seem to not have any problem asking questions about our people. And believe it or not, they are very curious about how we live, and despite observing us from a distance, they have things they do not understand. Like watching our children disappear on buses and returning home later. Or
Okay, that is true. They do want to know where them children went.
Where are those little tasty nuggets going?
Where's the children's book? Go ahead, you keep talking.
No, we'll save that.
Oh, I was just okay. That's an illustration. That's one of the things that we talked about in the book: mailboxes and
That's
school
in the
buses.
new
In
children's
this book, in the new children's book, those are places that you have a pattern of going to.
There, if you go to episode 88, I don't know if it's still up anymore. Episode 88, Bigfoot Odyssey. There was a man named Mark Copeland who lived about 8 miles that way. No, actually, well, depends on how you go. If you go through the mountains, it's about 8 to 10 miles.
Bigfoot wise.
Yeah, Bigfoot wise, 8 to 10 miles. But if you take the road, it's about 30, I think. No, maybe about 30, 25.
Down the road.
Down the road.
Yonder.
But Bigfoot Odyssey came to their house and did a interview with him. And in one of the segments or one of the parts, he said, I bought this little car, little car you could drive for his kid to have fun with. And the little kid said, oh, great, now they can't catch me. And he said, what are you talking about? He goes, those big hairy people that are waiting for me when I get off the bus. And then he realized that these Bigfoots are waiting, and they know that kid is going to get off that bus, and that kid is going to walk up that road by himself while the parents are still inside the house, not at the bus stop, waiting for that kid to walk up that long driveway by himself to the house. Yes, of course they're going to follow the children. They want to know where these children are going.
Just like human predators do. They
Yeah.
stalk the bus stops too.
Yeah, they sure do. And they know whenever children are left outside, before the bus gets there, there's a little time where the parent will usually go back into the side of the house, and that kid will be out there by themselves. There's so many reports of the kid was waiting for the bus and just disappeared. And then sometimes they find them, or the person, and most of the time they don't find them though. But these predators are looking for those habits, routines, and schedules for that opportune time They want to know where that tender young kid is going. They want to know where it's going, because if those kids are all going, where are they going? Where is that bus full of young kids without parents
Morsels.
going? And are they going to go and meet with other children? Is there more than one bus? Because they see more than one bus is going. They see buses over there, over there, over there, picking up kids and all going somewhere. Where is this place that all these children are
Anybody
going?
that asks you where the child's going that's getting on the bus,
Punch them in the nose.
there you go.
Anybody ask you where your kid is going? Get rid of them. They don't need to be in your presence or even talking
Definitely
to you
don't need to
about
be in the
where.
child's presence.
Yeah. Or if they want to know what time you're leaving the house so that your wife or your children are home alone,
Mm-hmm.
you don't need those people in your life.
Or those beasts.
And when something wants to know where all the children are going,
It's predatory.
yeah, it wants to know because that's a food supply. And they want to know where all these kids are going.
Bart, why do we use dogs to hunt with us?
Why do you have alerters? Because these Bigfoot,
They
these
don't
dogs,
like the big dogs, that's for sure.
and they don't like a dog that's got a better scent than a human that's going to alert on them and is going to back up or cower or take off running. And if you see your hunting dog take off running or yelping and squirming and cowering down, you get defensive quick.
Protect your dogs. Don't put them in that position and don't yell at them when they're trying to warn you.
And most people will back out. So whatever it is, I don't see, but there's something here. Let's back out of this because these dogs are hunting dogs that will go off into the woods and hunt for us, are saying they're peeing on themselves and there's like cowering tails between their legs, getting underneath the legs of the owners. Yeah, you're going to back out. You're not going to say, oh, well, let's keep hunting. But if you don't have those dogs, you don't see these predators, you're going to walk right into those traps. And there's been hunters that got into Bigfoot blinds because it's the best spot to see the game trails with cover, not knowing they're sitting in a Bigfoot hunting spot.
Mm-hmm. Good night, War Chief.
Oh, good night, War Chief. We'll talk to you soon.
Seeing us through their eyes would give you an understanding into their into their mindset, as far as the other two clans. One is very friendly and inviting, but we're not always so. It took 3 years to prove that I pose no threat. The other clan is a bit intimidating. The clan leader seems to carry authority and local notoriety. And
So
it's the most amazing thing. The leader seems to carry authority. The leader seems to carry authority.
the leader seems to carry authority.
Weirdest thing.
The weirdest thing. You know,
It's almost like he leads and has authority.
it's kind of like that, but it only seems that way. The main one
Took
seems,
him 3 years to prove he was no threat. That means he was probably gifting for 3
yeah,
years
he
too.
was gifting and
Good
giving
food in the
things.
pantry.
Oh my goodness.
you need to approach him as such.
And you need to approach him with respect to the one
Honor.
who seems to have authority over it.
Homage.
But this guy, I gotta back that up because this guy is not approaching this thing and going through the clans to get to the main one, or is that main one coming to him?
Is this a soybean one?
Yeah, I think no, I don't know. I think no, this is two different ones, I think.
The clan leader seems to carry authority and local notoriety, and you need to approach him as such. Imagine a homesteader 200 years ago meeting.
And you need to approach him with such. That means bring homage, bring the gift, bring the food. But it's not that. This guy's saying that he approached this thing, but he's also saying that they're in the trees in the distance. They're behind the brush.
Having a relationship with me. A homesteader 200 years ago would be drawing their weapons
Yep, sure would have been.
and protecting their families.
Yep.
The leader of a First Nations people whose land you just built a home on. That is the energy one can compare him to. I tell you these things because people need to know you are dealing with various individuals and all the complexity that goes with it.
You're dealing with a hunting group. And this hunting group, you're not the first human or not the first man. These things, they observe everyone, every town. If they're not right in town, they're in the very best vantage point to observe everybody. They climb up those radio towers. They climb up on those windmills to be able to see everybody when they
An
leave.
eagle builds high.
Yeah.
Number 2, societal rules. The rules that govern them as a society are handed down by the governing body of 13 individuals.
So are you, hold on. So now,
Why, they're basically Jesus and the apostles.
yeah, and they're also using that 13 grandmother that the First Nations use, which, if you know them, they don't have that much information. But he's trying to put the Indian versions on these things and trying to give them a people kind of, or to try to get them to be like people. When these things, this guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't know their origin. And he's not asking, what's your origin? Where do you come from? What's your DNA? Are you humans? He's not asking those questions because he's not allowed to ask questions. Even though he's saying he's getting knowledge, he's not getting knowledge. He's getting like a king would be. A king would be saying, you bring me this, you answer my questions. I don't answer your questions. You're not here to teach. You're here to be taught. So I'm here to tell you, or I'm here to get the questions I want answered. This guy he's given people his kind of conclusions. These things are not saying, okay, we have a 13 clan or people system. We have the way that we deal with people. I mean, the Bigfoots, the predators. And this is how we sit down to eat. And this is how we go to the lake. It's not saying that. And he's never said that. He's putting these things together, and he's giving it to the people out here who, this guy Steve has got 44,000 views on this. Plus, so there's that many people getting this crap knowledge, this crap information, and is taking it and possibly may try to use it.
And he's trying to allude to them being natives.
He is.
I suspect
I don't even like that word right there. He just said, start off with, I suspect.
the rules that govern them as a society are handed down by the governing body of 13 individuals.
You suspect, why don't you just ask?
And how come you don't know for sure?
You had the leader right there.
The
Why
main
didn't you ask
one.
him?
Suspect these are worldwide rules. I have no idea where the governing body resides or is located.
But the head guy, the head beast, comes and talks to him, and yet he still don't know where these things are at. They don't give him that information. They don't even answer his questions, or he would know that. And I don't even know if he's even asked a question yet. He's being asked questions. He's the subordinate. He's the subject.
I do know that 12 of these individuals are what we would call regional chieftains.
He's putting the human attributes on these things There's not been any inclination that that's what they are. He's reasoning, and with everyone else's stories, he's trying to reason and trying to put it together and serve it up as knowledge or serve it up as information. And this guy Steve is giving him the platform to talk to 44,000 people on this crap.
A chieftain would be our version of what we in the States would call a governor. The root.
Trying to put human things onto these beasts and predators that are hunting people.
We're coming up on 4 hours.
Oh.
Well, y'all have the video. You can go finish listening for yourselves.
I didn't know it's 4 hours.
Yeah.
Too much of this was going on.
We'll finish up with the comments and then we'll close it up.
Yeah, let's as Lead Tracker said, let's finish up with the comments. Let's start off again with I just like this one, and then we'll go to another one.
1-7 says it's hard to listen to any part of his phrasing. Lead Tracker E. LOL, far out. So many contradictions all through it.
Yeah.
Shadow Tracker J says Owlman uses double speak. Lord Chief says, well, my tired is tired, so I'll see y'all on the flip-flop. Good night, and keep the armor of God on at all times. Amen, amen.
Amen, amen.
1-7 says, good night, War Chief. You are in my prayers every night.
Yeah, all of ours.
Shadow Tracker J says, good night, War Chief Tracker C. Tracker Lorna says, have a good night, War Chief Tracker C.
Mm-hmm.
War Chief says, God bless all of y'all.
Oh, bless you too.
JR says, don't the predator Bigfoot who stalk the children at their bus stop, don't they ever talk to the predator Bigfoot who stalk the children as they get off the buses at the schools and play in the playgrounds?
Exactly. They know.
And yeah, they're outside of daycares,
and see that right,
senior centers.
And that just, the information, when these predators all meet back up, you know, and it's not hard to follow a bus. The bus is not going to go, 200 miles.
Right, and it's stopping these things can run so fast.
And these things, every bus stop, this thing's going to stop. It's not like it's going to lose a Bigfoot.
1-7 says, yeah, JR, there's a basic fact for Steve and Owlman to ask themselves.
Yeah, or these are the laziest Bigfoots that just don't care about eating. They're like, oh, well, there goes the bus.
Yeah. We'll just ask.
Yeah, we'll just ask
Owlman.
Owlman, he'll tell us.
1-7 says, gift of bullets and slung rocks.
That's right. That's all we'll give them plenty of those.
All right, we're going to go ahead and close it up for the night.
We couldn't get through this one either. It's only got a little bit more, but that'll still take us an hour probably to get through. So.
And it's just more of the same.
Yeah.
Get the book. If you've gotten the book, please leave a review and please like and share. And thank you to all of you. And Lord, we just thank you, Lord, for just revealing the truth to people. Thank you for letting more and more people understand what's going on. We pray so hard that you will open people's eyes and ears to what's coming, because you tell us your people die for lack of knowledge. And this is some of the knowledge that they need about these things that are these abominations that are going to play a huge part in the end days, when the beasts of field come to get what they get from the children that don't have your mark and that don't have the faith in you. Father, help people to not be deceived. And we love you, Lord. Thank you for bless everyone that's here in this channel. And we just thank you. We thank you. In Jesus' name, in the name of Yeshua, amen.
Amen. Okay, so everybody have a great night. We'll Thunder Trackers. We'll see you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central Time Zone for third day We can't wait to see you again and see you there. We love seeing the smiling faces and sharing the information with you that all the other trackers have. Also, to all the other trackers, you will be getting an email after the course study, so we can all keep up with the same information. Keep going over it. Keep going over it. So it's just common knowledge. So
And yeah,
oh,
I'm sorry. If somebody knows someone that really needs a family that is in desperate need of that package, submit their name and a little bit of information about them. We're talking about the package of the DVD and both books that Danette wants to buy for a family in need. Submit their name, let us know, and we'll make a decision on who to send that out to.
And thank you very much for being here and sharing this information with us.
Thank you for everyone who's supporting the channel, and thank you to our moderators.
Thank all of y'all. What a great group. We'll see y'all again very soon tomorrow night. Thunder Trackers, we got our third day of course study, and we're not sure about things after that. We need to catch up on a few things also. So everyone have a great night, and we will see you again.
Good night, Warriors.
Good night, Warriors. We'll see y'all again very, very soon.
Are we moving?
So beautiful.
Are we moving?
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone that's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.